do have.
Thank you so much, man. What the fuck? Appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much. Damn. Thank you, man. Appreciate it a lot. How do I even tell you a time? I don't know. Baya, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you a lot. Sorry if I'm not good at thanking people, but trust me, man, I'm grateful. Thank you so much. I appreciate it a ton. Alright, today I had no excuse to be late. I'm gonna be honest. I had absolutely no excuse to be late. I'm not gonna lie to you. I had no excuse, okay? What happened is that I woke up and I started playing the Minecraft. And I just got addicted. Thank you, Falafel. And dude, to be fair, a lot of moves being made in that Minecraft server. I'm not gonna lie. To be fair, bruh, I've been working on all this shit. I've been adding plugins. I've been adding like mods, and our like kingdom is really like taking shape. It's super cool, dude. It's like we're making an RPG, right? So I spent the day like doing all this crazy shit, and I finally made a currency system. I made a currency, like an exclusive infrared currency that we're gonna make banks that we can mint, and you can buy. Dude, it's gonna be so cool. Trust me. But I don't know. Today I just sat and played Minecraft. I don't know. People still getting whitelisted? I have to mod people, but I'm gonna mod Hux. I just don't know how. Thank you, Blackhorn Ghost.
Who's getting destroyed today?
But anyway, a lot of shit happened when I was playing. Like a ton of shit. Like apparently some of my tweets. Apparently some of my tweets have caused a huge fucking controversy or something. And also, I got on the top of Vosh's Reddit apparently. I just found that out now. But I was playing Minecraft all day. I had no fucking idea any of this shit was happening. Like, I literally woke up, and by like 3 p.m. I was just playing Minecraft. I'm playing it for like 5 hours, you know? And I wish I could stream it, but I can't, you know? Yeah, fuck me. Fucking haircut. Yeah, I wish I could stream it, but I can't. No one wants to see it. But I'm done with it right now, you know? Also, I've just been in my own world, in my own head, you know? Lately. But, thank you, Natsuki. All the Destiny Orbiters covered your tweet. Alright, I think we're gonna have to spend some time on the tweet and like all the stuff surrounding it, because I don't know why it was so controversial. Like, yeah, do you not know that? I think all these people just think anyone who's an employee is a working class. But the circles I come from, we already are aware that there's a professional managerial class that's just separate from the working class. Like, I think people still think they're the same thing. They're not. The fuck? Like, do you actually think Netflix workers are like the working class? The fuck are you talking about? I don't understand why it was such a big deal, but that's how it happens, dude. Everything I tweet just blows up while I play Minecraft, and I have no idea why. I don't know where we're gonna start, the Vosh Reddit, or we're gonna start with the tweets. I know Esha quote tweeted me too, but Esha said she's from Ann Arbor, you know, so it's Ann Arbor for you. And I don't know what else to say. Like, if you know what Ann Arbor is, it's just, yeah, I don't know what else to say. Everyone from Michigan gets it, you know. If you're not from Michigan, you might not get it, but yeah, it's an Ann Arbor thing, you know. So like all this time, there's not even like there's a complete like agreement among everyone all this time that worker just means anyone who's employed I thought that... I don't know. I thought that was like a fringe thing. So like... Castro, thank you for the 4. Thank you so much. So wait, hold on. So when leftists and socialists and communists are talking about the working class and the proletariat and the workers, and they're reading the Communist Manifesto, and you know they're reading all of this socialist literature from centuries ago. Wait, they actually have like Netflix employees in mind. It's my favorite. Graduate student unions. Graduate students, they literally, grad students read the Communist Manifesto. They're like, this is about me. Wait, I didn't know. Oh shit, really? For real? That's what they meant by workers? Google it. They meant Google coders and engineers? Is that what they meant by workers? What the fuck? If you go ask a regular American person who's the working class, they're gonna be like, yeah, construction workers, you know, people working with their hands, electricians, you know, factory work. They're gonna be like, yeah, those are working class jobs. And then apparently on Twitter it's different. I don't know. I guess that's what theory does for you. So what theory does, apparently, right? And I don't know where they're getting it from either. Apparently theory allows you to put on the can I say the word retarded? You put on the goggles of stupidity on, and you start to look at the world differently. So all of a sudden, graduate students and Google engineers and Netflix workers become the working class. Wow! No, it's like when Vosh was like, listen, the vaccines were made by the workers, not the pharmaceutical companies, but the workers. What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, everybody who's an employee is a worker? Are you stupid? We don't live in an age where, like, people don't own shit in this day and age. Everyone's a fucking worker. Even a CEO's a worker, you dumbass. A CEO is a worker. Did you hear about Trump's new app? Yeah. No, I didn't. And I want to be clear with you guys about something, right? We're gonna have a long stream explaining this shit. So I'm probably gonna have to repeat myself. Thank you, Chancism. Thank you, Chancism. It's not about suffering, okay? Even if the Netflix workers were getting paid in dog shit, they weren't even getting paid in real money, but actual, like, literal dog shit. Like, the CEO of Netflix had his dog, thank you, Chancism, had his dog. Let's say the CEO of Netflix had a dog, and the dog took a shit in the bag, and that's what they paid these workers in, right? They didn't even get paid money, and then they're homeless, and they can't afford food, and they're suffering. Thank you, Janar. That still wouldn't change my position. Their job is a fucking parasitical job that does not, objectively speaking, does not produce value. And we're gonna go into Marx's distinction between productive and unproductive labor. I'm gonna break down to you why jobs like all professional managerial jobs and salaried jobs have nothing to do with proletarian labor. Absolutely nothing. They have absolutely nothing to do with labor in the proletariat in the sense of the working class. Nothing. These are literal. When I say parasites, like, I've written stuff about this, okay? So I'm not just calling them names. From an objective Marxist scientific view, from the perspective of Marxist scientific materialism, they are objectively a class of social parasites, in the sense that all they do is suck and recycle the value that is produced by the American working class. The workers of America are feeding these people, feeding them, and in return, they're writing creative shows on Netflix, whatever the fuck, right? We're talking at that level of That's what I mean by parasitism, you know? I'm not just calling them a name. There's like a scientific framework from which I'm proceeding in calling them parasites. They are literally parasites. They do nothing. Even from a literary and artistic perspective, right? From a literary and artistic perspective, they don't even produce any content which inspires labor. Like in the sense, like they don't produce content that reproduces the conditions of labor itself in the sense of like, you know, like China's Wandering Earth, where you're valorizing, you know, even the content itself is culturally parasitic. You know what I mean? But look, let's say I was like, I speak on behalf of Twitch streamers, right? Yeah, I'm a parasite too. I don't produce value. I take money. I don't produce value. Yeah. In terms of the class I belong to, yeah, I'm a parasite too. Hell yeah, I'm a parasite. In terms of my class, not personally or individually, but like, if you take me as a class of what people in my class do, who go on the fucking internet and take money from people, yeah, I'm a social parasite. I'm not engaging in any productive labor. You know what I mean? Are caretakers PMC? No. And you want to know why? Because caretaking doesn't take that much education to do. What do service workers like cashiers and stuff figure into all this? Well, I have another theory about that, which is my theory of value in the 21st century, which is more consumption-sided, which is basically like, if they are workers, it's not because of the jobs they're doing at the floor, right? It's because we have something called the worker citizen. Let me explain it to you guys like this, right? We're gonna get really in the nitty-gritty of this later, right? But I'll answer your question like this. Today, the production of value doesn't happen at the shop floor. It's not happening at the level of one company or one shop floor or one thing like this. It's happening at an aggregate and even political and national level, which means we are entering an age of the worker citizen. Now, the worker citizen is the labor that citizens contribute, the labor that the citizens of a given state are responsible for the aggregate production of value. Okay? And the reason why I mentioned citizen, is because the way in which the commodity is produced today is no longer, and this is going to be really crazy, right, that I'm going to say this, is no longer private in the 19th century liberal sense. It may still be private, but in a radically different way than any of us are familiar with today, right? Remember, no one solved the paradox of classical Marxism yet, which is, how is it that our money isn't backed by fucking gold? You guys realize that if this is what Marx says in Capital, or in one of his writings, I forget which one. He goes, the currency that serves as the universal currency for the capitalist economy, right, must be a currency that crystallizes and embodies within itself a standard of labor. The cost of the production of the currency itself, according to Marx. So the cost, or the labor time, or whatever you want to call it, of the production of currency itself is going to serve as a universal equivalent for all the other commodities, right? I forgot which exact passage, but yeah. So what Marx is saying is that the reason gold is the universal currency, at least in so far as how it functions in the capitalist economy, is because of the amount of abstract labor crystallized within it. The amount of labor crystallized within it. right? Gold has labor in it, embodied in it, right? Because it takes labor to mine the gold or whatever the fuck, right? Well, now that the government prints money, you have to reevaluate how you're looking at it, right? And no Marxist who's pretending to be a Marxist has solved this problem. Okay? There's a smart guy. His name is Jehu, and he's a blogger. His name is Jehu, and he had a blog that was called The Real Movement, right? And he theorized that we have moved outside of capitalism itself, and now that we live in a, basically, he thinks we live in a fascist country or whatever. But he says all these things because for him, the fact that we've moved away from the gold standard means the law of value is no longer operative. It's no longer like what's determining our economy. Now, I disagree with him, but he has recognized the significance of this scandal, that we don't have the gold standard anymore. The scandal for Marxism, I mean. It is a fundamental scandal, right? Which people are not talking about. Would products like laptops or cars, but no, it's hard to explain it, but one of the ways you have to think about fiat currency is, one, there's a difference between the real value behind a currency and the currency,
Leisure_enthusiast donated $5. I've had a hard time recently grappling with the anti-religious history of communism and with Marx's views on religion. Would you be open to discussing how to reconcile your Islamic faith with Marxism-Leninism?
Yeah, reconciling my Islamic faith with Marxism-Leninism. Yeah, I could talk about that, but I don't know when. Maybe soon, but yeah, just to not to go on a detour, but I want you guys to understand that I started out as a Muslim, I became an atheist, Marxist, and then after like 9 or 8 years, I came to the conclusion, which by that time I had no attachment to Islam whatsoever. You have to understand, I had no attachment to Islam. I had no bias in favor of Islam. I didn't care about Islam, right? I still kind of don't, in a way, right? I'm still kind of like a atheist, whatever. I'm not a religious guy who goes to the mosque and all this kind of shit. But just from the strict standpoint of theory, I began to have to entertain the view that, and this is kind of, I don't know, I don't even know how certain I am of this, but that Marxism just takes you back to Islam, but not the Islam that you grew up with, that, you know, is prominent today, but what they were talking about in the 19th century about religion, right? Marx and his Feuerbach and the young Hegelians, that whole scandal about religion in the 19th century, this is what I discovered for certain, right? Had nothing to do with religion in the historical sense. In the 19th century, it was philosophy. It was religion only insofar as it could be translated into the language of philosophy. But the fundamentally objective essence of religion was not really being discussed, right? Religion wasn't being discussed, like, at all, right? What religion's actually about. Well, anyway, I don't want to detract, right? Wouldn't you have more influence on ortho-Christian writings than Islam? I'm very perennialist. So perennialism basically means you belong to all. You basically can just hop from one religion to the other and basically understand the common truth. And so that's just, I don't have like a tribalistic view of religion, right? I'm a perennialist. But so yeah, of course you can't understand Soviet Marxism-Leninism without orthodoxy. You just can't. But anyway, what I was saying is that you know what began everything was, to me, and this was because of people like Nick Land and because of Deleuze and all this kind of French theory stuff. I came to the conclusion that there really is a very clear, there's just something very clearly monotheistic about Marxism. Marxism is monotheistic. It's fundamentally monotheistic, right? There's no Marxism without monotheism. Oneness is very important for Marxism because it's the context of Marx's humanism. Marx's humanism is a monotheistic, I don't know what to call it, a monotheistic kind of ontology. And if you don't call it an ontology, it's it's fundamentally metaphysically monotheistic, right? And the reason, I need to clarify this, the reason Marx has a very strict assumption of monotheism is because for him, the highest insight of philosophy ties back to the lowest reality of humanity. That they belong to one reality. Marx's view is that philosophy and humanity are one reality. It belongs to only one reality. It's not multiple different realities. It's not multiple. It's one, right? And then without this context, there's no meaning to Marxism. There's no meaning to what Marx did with Hegel. There's absolutely no meaning to it. And then from there, you know, when you understand theologically, it becomes very clear. Like, when you understand religions are not about dogmatic beliefs in positive supernatural objects, and you just understand religion through the lens of ontology, which is to say that when religions are referring to God and divinity, they're speaking ontologically. They're referring to being. So one God is like one being, for example. They're not referring to supernatural positive realities. They're trying to give expression, they're trying to give a language to our reality in a more fundamental way, right? Like, the idea that God is someone with whom you can attribute, like, human intentionality to, and be mad at, and be, like, it's a very modern thing, this idea, I'm angry at God. That's an absurdity historically. What do you mean you're angry at God? What does God mean then, right? When people talking about God, they're trying to refer to something. Islamic civilization is the continuity of Iranic civilization. True. That's actually true. Yes, that's true. But I would also add, and this is what a lot of people neglect, Greco-Roman civilization too. A lot of people don't understand that Islam is also responding to or assimilating the Greco-Roman civilization as well. And the Semitic Abrahamic religions are the crossroads between these two, Indo-European empires, between the Byzantines and, at that time, the Sassanids, right? And then Judaism was this crossroads between Hellenic civilization, Roman, Greco-Hellenic civilization, and the Semitic civilization, right? Sorry, that's what Christianity was, I mean. Most Jews I know hate Hellenics. Yes, but that's what produced Christianity. That merger is what produced Christianity. How did we get to this topic? We're talking about Netflix, right? Yeah. Netflix workers are not workers. It's as simple as that. A worker is not simply someone who is employed by another. And I think we need to have an arc where we like debate about this, because I don't see how. Like, let me give you an example of this. So this is the tweet which like started it all, basically, right? Can you go back to the question about money? Yeah, we're gonna get there. We're gonna like do this one by one. So this is the tweet that started it all. Said, I hope Netflix fires every single striking worker, aka salaried coddle parasite. Maybe hire some real talent so we stop getting garbage, right? And just when you think Haas couldn't get any worse, at what point, you know what I don't get? Why are people always so ass mad about me? Oh, Haas, you're a fascist, you're a Nazi. But you said that last time too. Why do you keep doing this? You keep saying this. When is the line gonna be? I want an open message to leftists right now, right? Every time this happens, you do the same thing. Oh my god, you're a Nazi, this is the worst thing you're Nazi. Wait, at what point does it just become, okay, no matter what he says, he's bad? You know what I mean? What I mean to say is like, I thought last time was the worst thing that anyone, you know what I mean? Like, I thought the thing about Luna Oi was the worst thing I could have ever done beyond any reasonable doubt. All his credibility is gone. You know what I mean? But apparently this is, and it just keeps happening. Like, when are you guys just gonna be like, okay, I get it. Haas hates me. He hates everything I stand for. He hates, and he has nothing to do with us, right? But, so, I guess they're saying, okay, you're a Nazi, right? You're a Nazi. Well, if you're convinced I'm a Nazi, I thought you were convinced last time. Clearly you're not convinced because you keep saying it. Oh, you're a Nazi! You're a Nazi! You're a Nazi! You're a fascist! Fascist! Nazi! Fascist! What? I thought that was last time. I thought, this is what I mean to say, is that last time you called me a Nazi. And you're doing it again. Why? Why are you doing it again? I thought you already decided that last time. I thought it was a given, basically, now, right? So if you sat there and proclaimed that I was a Nazi and I was a fascist, shouldn't it now be a given? Why are you making it seem like I've changed the standard? Oh, maybe. Sorry, excuse me. Maybe this is a possibility, right? Maybe it's not a given because they're actually haven't even convinced themselves I'm a Nazi because they can't maintain this baseless accusation. Maybe the reason they have to keep calling me this after everything I say is because they can't sustain the claim against me. Because it's not being reproduced in reality. Like, maybe they realize themselves I'm not a Nazi, and they keep having to cope by calling me these fucking names. You know what I mean? But let's look at... So I actually got ratioed. And because I got ratioed... So I got... First of all, I got ratioed. Which means... You guys know what that means, right? Y'all know what it means, right? So... yeah. Known communist position firing striking workers. Okay. So I'm going to respond to this, since this is what ratioed me. But, now, you guys know the drill, right? Y'all know the drill, right? Y'all know the drill, right? Y'all know the drill. We're not letting this dude ratio me. They coordinated that, by the way. They coordinated that ratio in their discords. So, we're gonna, we're gonna do some coordinating ourselves. So, Let's boost this tweet. Let's boost it to 400, 500. Let's boost it to 500. Shouldn't be hard. Let's boost it to 500. Right? Let's actually boost it. Let's boost this up. You know, they made sure to ratio me. You know, I think I poked the beehive because I just exposed something. I've just exposed something crazy. Which is... That's who these people are! This is their class! All these lefties have professions similar to the Netflix people. They are parasites. Social parasites. And I just declared class warfare against them. I just declared class war against them. I just declared class war against the professional, managerial parasites. The people who like Vaush, the people who like Hassan, the rank and file, the class basis of the left. You know why I take my views for granted so much? Because I literally wrote, like, small pieces. I don't know what you call them. They're not books. They're small, you know, they're about 20,000 words or something. And I did it, like, a few years ago. And I was like, oh, okay. And I just take it for granted now. I forgot that most people still think that Netflix employees are working class. Post them. I'm actually finishing one of them now. And when I finish it, I might just post... I was planning on doing a 3-part series. Actually, there's a post I did reflecting on the midterms. And I might just release that one. I might just release the one I did about the midterms. Because that one I explained my views about the different classes of America. It was from like 2018 or something. And I just briefly theorized the different classes in America, and I did a class analysis of the class situation in America. And I might just release that one. Yeah, they are very similar to a labor aristocracy. Not the same thing, I don't think, but they are the evolution of the labor aristocracy. Iranian Revolution book one day. I have an Islam book in general, but I would love to reflect on it. No, I don't deny the labor aristocracy. I just think it's the professional managerials. The American people have voted. The American people have spoken. They are sick of the professional managerials, the cultural parasites, the SJWs who are ruling their media. Dave Chappelle spoke on behalf of the working people of America that they've had enough of it. And for the first time, the tides of battle are turning. The parasites are in retreat. The people are rising. Even Netflix is caving to the will of the people. Netflix is caving to the will of the people. Netflix isn't scared of them anymore. They're not scared of these employees anymore because they know that the American people hate those motherfuckers. Biden got elected, lefties, the guy you wanted in. And let me tell you what's going to happen. The American left is going to be fucking decimated. The American left is going to be decimated. It's going to be fucking destroyed. Biden don't need the leftists anymore. The corporations don't need or respect the leftists anymore. They have nowhere to run. They spent years in their reign of terror hiding behind the corporations and using the power of the corporations to crack down on everybody. These radical liberals, these extremist neoliberal foot soldiers of the Democrats. Now their masters turning against them. The people are rising. Let's be happy about it, my friends. Let's be happy about it, guys. We're not going to go down on the sinking ship of the left. We're here for the future. For the 2020s, not the 2010s. We're going to accelerate the process of the destruction of the left. Are you sad that the leftists are in retreat? Are you sad they're in retreat? I'm not. I see a new opportunity on the horizon. I see a blank slate. I see something pure, something new. I see a new morning. I see the morning after the night. I see a snow-swept mountain, clear and pure as a desert. I see all of the buildings, all of the castles and palaces built by the left in the past 10 years crumbling to the ground into dust. This is our opportunity now. This is our age now. How many of you felt like you were bullied by these fucking people, huh? Bullied by these people. Like they're some big shit. Even Netflix isn't scared of them anymore. Even Netflix now realizes where the people's real sentiments are. The people of America stand with Dave Chappelle. The people of America stand with Dave Chappelle. Fuck every single striking employee at Netflix. I'm gonna address the replies as soon as we beat the ratio. They coordinated, so we're gonna coordinate too. Let's put it in the Discord. Let's put it in the Discord. There's more of them than us. That's just the thing. There's more of us than them. That's what you don't understand. There's always been more of us than them. They've intimidated people into thinking they were the majority, but they're not. They're not. We're gonna enter a new era. You understand? And in this new era, you're not gonna have to worry about leftists. You're not gonna have to worry about these cancel warriors or these fake communists, these fake socialists who think that these parasites, these coddled parasites, are the working class. These parasites among the people. who eat, live, breathe, and drink off of the labor and the sweat of the real working class. These Netflix workers, they're so coddled and cozy. They're living in Hollywood, they're living in LA, pampered, cozy, and comfortable. As the American people and the American workers lose their jobs. What did these people tell them? They said, learn to code. You're a coal miner in West Virginia and you lost everything. And these fucking people said, learn to code. Maybe you shouldn't have been so toxic. Matter of fact, maybe you should be a sex worker. That's what they told them. That's what they told the people of America. The people of America lost their jobs, they lost their livelihood, they lost everything. And what did these fucking people tell them? You should become a prostitute. It's actually not bad. Yeah, be a prostitute. Are you worried about your daughter's future? No more jobs? You can't afford education? You can't afford to go into debt? I have something for you. Just sell your daughter to a rich old man. Prostitution, yay! That's what these scum said to the people of America. And you think I'm gonna shed tears? It is the demand and the will of the people that Netflix fires every single one of these coddled parasites. Fire them all! Fire them all! Fire everything! Clean house! Fire them all, and then you hire the real talent that comes from the people. Yeah. Fire all these people and hire some real talent. That's what they're doing in China, by the way. I don't know if you knew that. China's going through one of these things too. All these establishment pro-American liberal shills who used to worship America and worship everything Western, who used to sneer down and look down on the people, they're cleaning house, they're firing them all, and they're drawing the talent from the people. Fire them all! Fire them all! Fire them all so they can know. Fire every single one of these Netflix employees so they can know the cold that the American people have known for decades. Fire them so they have to get a real job just like everybody else. Fire them so they gotta do Uber Eats and DoorDash and all the other things that the people who lost their livelihood and lost their jobs have had to do. Fire them so they have to work like every other American. You're siding with a private corporation? I'm doing more than side with a private corporation. I'm demanding this private corporation sack them all unconditionally, no paid leave, no nothing. Don't give them anything. Fire them all. Fire them all. Give them nothing. Don't give them any pay. Don't give them any departure pay. Nothing. Just fire them outright. Violate the contracts and just fire them. That's what I'm advocating for. Fire the shit out of them. That's what I'm advocating for. Fire them. Unconditional, no strings attached. The American people are sick of the tyranny of this tiny class. This class of professional managerial elites breathing down their neck. These creative classes. The American people come home from a long day after work, and the least they want to see on that fucking TV is something that reflects back to them the minimum of reality. And that's what Dave Chappelle did for the American people. They turned on that TV and Dave Chappelle spoke to them in the language of real. That's what the least they deserve. They sit on their ass on their couch, turn on Netflix, and they're gonna see some fake fantasy SJW, whitewashed, dumb bullshit, talentless, virtue signaling bullshit. How many of you have seen HBO shows? They're all a bunch of fucking virtue signaling, talentless, shitty fucking shit. Look at Watchmen, HBO's Watchmen. Y'all see all that? You see what they're doing? You see what they're doing? They're turning everything into shit. And we are supposed to sit solidarity with the workers, guys. These are the workers. Oh yes, these are the workers. These are the workers, guys. These are the workers that Marx was talking about. These are the workers that Lenin was talking about. You expect us to fucking believe that? You fucking liars. These are not the people Marx was talking about. The people Marx was talking about, believe it or not, are to be found in the ranks of MAGA. That's where the workers are. The workers are to be found among those who don't even vote to begin with. The workers are to be found in the silent majority of the American people who are sick of the bullshit. Whether they're sick of Trump or still deluded by him, they sure as hell aren't to be found among the fucking Democrats. For the first time ever, the tides are turning against the enemies of the working class. And everything's topsy-turvy. The so-called communists and the so-called socialists are siding with the enemies of the working people and the enemies of the American people. You think being a worker? You think being a worker? You think being a worker means working for Netflix? Fuck no, it doesn't. Think we're gonna side with these employees, these entitled parasites of the people? That's what they are, by the way. The parasites of the people. That's the professional managerial class. It doesn't matter who you work for, as long as you're compelled to sell your labor, whatever your price. That's an anarchist revisionism that has nothing to do with Marxism. Nothing. Get your garbage out of our fucking tradition. Get your garbage out of here. You are not one of us. You are not one of us. You are not one of us. Get the fuck out of here with your anarchist bullshit. Anyone who sells their... You are compelled to work for Netflix, you stupid pussy. Even if I entertained your bankrupt, anarcho, fucking stupid literature, you're not compelled to work for Netflix, you dumb fuck. Why don't you go do Uber Eats or something? You can still live doing that. Who compelled you to work for Netflix? Who? Who compelled you to work for Netflix? Who compelled you to work for Netflix? Shut the fuck up, dumbass! Someone forced you to work for the video game company? You just had to work for Blizzard? You just had to work for Activision? You just
had. You just had to work for Google. You had no other choice. It was either starvation or work for Google. You had no choice. Google forced you. The Google ass came and you were starving. They said, "You want a job, kiddo? Oh yeah? Well, this is the only way you're gonna eat. Right? Stupid fuck." You know how many people in America would fucking give everything to have those jobs? You want to know how many people in America would do anything to have these jobs? These entitled, privileged motherfuckers? That's like me saying I'm a worker and I'm compelled to collect subs from the chat. Guys, I'm compelled. I'm the victim here. I had no choice. Let me tell my viewer base, who actually do real jobs, work 8 hours a day, oftentimes more, that I'm the one compelled. How many people would love to sit on the computer and earn subs, huh? You dumb fucks. Yeah, just like us, I'm exploited 2 cents an hour. Exactly. Yeah, and this is the ultimate insult and slap in the face of the working people of America. You want to know what? There are strikes going down all across the country of people protesting the vaccine mandates. Which side did the American leftists take in those strikes? And by the way, those are real workers too. Those are real workers on strike across the country over vaccine mandates and other things. And their story is erased for these Netflix scum. These scum of Netflix. John Deere's on strike. The real working class is on strike. The real working class is on strike. And these Netflix scum do this, probably with the backing of the State Department and the CIA and whoever the fuck else, to distract you from the fact. These are psychological operation to distract from the real strikes going on across all of America. The real workers are on strike, and they did this shit to distract you from it. The American public, the American people love Dave Chappelle. And this, my friends, is the dividing line. Look, this is the cross upon which I am crucified. Ready? I will tell you the cross upon which I am crucified. I, Haas. We, Infrared. I, Haas. Love the people. I love the American people. I don't care how reactionary, how ignorant, how prejudiced, how deluded they are. I love the people. I love the American people. Unconditionally, I love the American people. And for this reason, this is the cross upon which they crucify me. I stand with the people. I trust the people, and I believe in the people. I believe in their innocence. I believe in the innocence of the people when they see Dave Chappelle and they go, he's speaking the truth. He's speaking realness. I've been living in a fake world and he's speaking realness. And these vampires, parasites of the working people, the professional managerial class, They have nothing but venomous contempt, bitterness, and hatred for the American people. Someone wants to debate. I know. We're going to have plenty of debates. Soon as we get this ratio going, we're going to have plenty of debates. Let me tell you what's going on our Discord because I did this tweet. Because of this tweet, these people have come into our Discord and spammed swastikas and spammed porn. And we know, we have confirmation, truth, it's them. Because I declared war on the professional managerial class. Their class. It's their class. This touches their heartstrings. I hit their nerve. They went in our Discord and they're spamming the flag of German Nazism. Because they are fucking Nazis. They are the heirs of Hitler and they are the heirs of German fascism and German Nazism. The Nazis thought they were above all the people of the world. The Nazis created an airy-fairy kingdom upon which they elevated form over content. They elevated ideals over reality. They elevated this narrow, insular, incestuous purity over material truth. And these people, these gatekeeping leftists with their insular, incestuous, pure culture are trying to create their own master race. A blue-haired master race. We will persevere over the blue-haired Nazis the same way the Soviet Red Army persevered over the real Nazis. We will triumph over them. Infrared is the spiritual vanguard of the American people, the spiritual vanguard of the American working class. And we will defeat the blue-haired Nazis. We will defeat them. We will not let them win. We will not let them win. We will not let the anime cartoon people win. We will not let the cartoon profile pictures win. We will not let the anime profile pictures win. We will not let these scumbags, fucked up, disgusting, deranged, evil, bitter people win.
They'll always disappoint you. It's just a matter of fact. Don't love the ones who trust you. It's just not in your heart. You're a teasing little twister, and they're dancers in the dark. Oh, but I wish I had a lover.
The heroism of the American working class striking around the whole country is being erased, stomped upon, and eliminated. Because the coddled, salary parasites at Netflix want to make a mockery of the labor struggles and history of the glorious history of the American working class. They hold these signs and they sing the songs of America's working class. They are not the working class. They have nothing to do with the working class. The scum of scum. Thank you, Danable.
Also, master, a graceful posture wears the dignity when I wish I had a lover who'd keep it undercover.
The guy deleted his tweet. Which guy? What guy?
I wish I had a lover, someone who wouldn't bother to
No, he didn't delete shit. Probably just blocked you.
tell me what is real. It wouldn't even matter if you didn't even bother to be more than a lover. It wouldn't even matter if I didn't even bother.
In the universities, these people congregated around and dusted off the books of Marxism. And narcissistically they said, this is about me. This is about graduate students. This is about professionals. This is about Netflix workers. They uncovered these tombs like the archaeologists of Europe uncovered ancient curses in the tombs of pharaohs in Egypt. Little did they know that these books, these dusty books they have uncovered, contain the key to their destruction as a class. They will forget. They will regret ever having slandered the name of Marxism. They will regret it. They will regret it when they learn what Marxism is really about. And it's about their destruction and their liquidation as a class.
Senseless streamer donated.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. No one's gonna hear your dono. I took your money too, stupid bitch. By the way, senseless streamer, I know I hit a fucking nerve. You are getting fired, you fucking parasite. You're getting fired too. When this economy tanks, you people, you useless professions who create no value and offer nothing to this fucking country, you're gonna be sacked first, and you're gonna be eating shit on the fucking ground. You have no useful skills. You are not going to survive the current economic crisis. You're not going to really make. You're going to be eating shit on the fucking ground. I would love to see these Netflix workers get off their fucking ass and take on a real job. God forbid. Imagine if they were forced to work the jobs of the American people. Imagine if they worked at an auto plant. Imagine if they worked as construction workers, huh? Imagine if they took real jobs. Imagine if they were picking fruits as farmers, like how all those people in California do, huh? Imagine if they were moving crates, moving boxes. Imagine if they were even Uber eating or Door Dashing. Even something like that. Why don't you imagine it? You think they would, what would they do? They're going to go on strike? They're going to complain? Oh, my hands are soft. My hands are hurting. Imagine if they were forced to go down and learn from the people and do the work the people have to do. Just like the Red Princes, the sons and daughters of China's ruling class were sent down to the countryside in China to work with their hands among the Chinese peasants and the Chinese people. Well, we saw what happened with one of those princes. And yes, they're a prince, a real prince. They went down, they spent a decade and more learning from the people. And they arose after replenishing themselves in the soil of the Chinese people as the future leader of all of China. And now he's leading them to a glorious future as we are rotting and writhing amidst the filth and garbage that is the American left.
IG Rising Infra 8 SUNGORILLA.
Did you ever feel it's the end of the world? The bells are ringing, but the blood stopped pumping.
They're working overtime in their Discord to ratio me. I hope you know that. I hope you know they're coordinating and working overtime to do it.
But no one here can feel or fear. It's a minefield as it'll never disappear. 'Cause you take me back, I'm your kamikaze. And tonight is the night that we might fall together. And you take me back, I'm your kamikaze. And tonight is the night that we might fall together.
I want you guys to remember something. Yes, I'm still going to be debating Destiny. I want you all to remember something. These same employees of Netflix, they're protesting Dave Chappelle. But when Netflix gave the green light to Cuties, there wasn't even so much as a peep from these so-called morally crusading workers. When Netflix released a pedophile show, the so-called workers of Netflix didn't say shit.
It's time to put on your life jacket. 'Cause I'm about to step up the game. Oh, they say help is near, but no one here can feel or fear.
We're going at 500 or the stream is not progressing. 500 or there's going to be no progress. 500 or we don't progress. Reaper with the 5. Reaper with the 5. Thank you so much. We go to 500. Everyone do their part. 500. 500. Thank you, Eastern-esque. Appreciate you. Infrared wants you to like this tweet. I got a new book in the mail. Let me show you my book that I got. And it's related. Trust me, it's related. I'm gonna show you. The film workers, shut the fuck up. They're not fucking protesting over conditions. They're protesting over Dave Chappelle. So shut the fuck up and stop lying. I'll tell you what happened in the great history of Genghis Khan. Picture the world, a world of decadence, corruption, where the lazy, pink-handed ruled over all of humanity. And the one they called Temujin was born. He was born in a corrupt world. A world of a complacent, decadent, incestuous, selfish ruling class. He rose up. He defeated all of the Khans of Mongolia and rose. Just like the Netflix workers are striking. Just like these so-called Netflix workers are striking. The aristocrats, the lazy, the complacent, the corrupt, the elites were also striking. And while they were striking, the Mongols broke through their gates and conquered the known world. Netflix as a whole must await the same fate as the Library of Baghdad. You think I have solidarity with these workers? I call for the dismantlement of Netflix as a whole. They robbed the American people. They robbed us. We used to be able to pirate everything, and they robbed us with streaming music and movies and TV. Instead of improving the technologies, making us pay rent every fucking month so we could feed these lazy, complacent, poet at large, fucking fat fucks at Netflix. We pay rent for something that should be free. They can make it all free, but we have to pay for these fat asses who sit around at Netflix HQ. Oh, I personally think that we need a more inclusive... Shut the fuck up, bitch! They're the reason the rates are going up. We're being ripped off. We have to pay more money for Netflix every month because of these fat asses. Haggy, thank you so much. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. They crucify me on the cross of truth. And here I stand, here I sit. I rise the next day anyway. We're getting to 500 likes. We're getting to 500 likes. Your Khan commands you to win the glorious spoils of the info war. 500 likes. They think we're small. It's true. Infrared alone isn't that big. There's more of them. There's more of Hassan. There's more of Vaush and Destiny and whoever the fuck else. Yeah, there's more. But wait until we get on top of our horses and we ride. We are nomads of the internet. We ride in small numbers, but each village we conquer adds to our army. Each city we pillage and plunder adds to the war chest. And before you know it, we will have conquered everything under the blue sky of cyberspace. There's more of them for now. Wait until we reach the American people. We will go seaboard to seaboard to reach out to the vast, untapped, silent majority. And when they arise to our calling, and when we reach them like a lightning bolt reaches the most ingenious soil of a people, our ranks will swell in the millions. Your goal isn't to make friends with fucking leftists. Your goal is to reach the American people. Because when we do that, these scum will be ants. The American people don't know about infrared yet. They don't know what infrared is. They don't know that we will be their greatest fighters, their greatest warriors, their greatest defenders, their greatest protectors. Just like they have an elite, we will be the elite of the working class. The best, the toughest, the brightest, the strongest. Just like the bourgeoisie has a deep state, we will have our own deep state. Just like the bourgeoisie has culture warriors at Netflix, we will have our own culture warriors. They don't know about us yet. The American people, the American working class doesn't know about us yet. But when they do, when they realize that across the horizon there existed a seed that would give rise to finally a third party that will represent America's working people, our ranks will swell. And it will be but the snap of my fingers that we'll get tweets to 10,000 likes. I don't know if you're lazy. I don't know if you need to pick up the pace. Go call your family members to like this tweet. Is your grandma asleep? Wake her up! Get everyone you know to like this tweet. Everyone you know. Did you just go to your grandpa's funeral? Go back and knock on his coffin. Wake up, Grandpa! He'll wake up and he'll do this. Go to the tomb of your ancestors. Like this tweet, and the spirits will rise, and they'll all like. Advocate for the firing of an entire... Not only do I advocate, they should be fired. They should be arrested. Maybe they should be arrested. They were responsible for Cuties, a pro-pedophile film. Well, pedophilia is illegal in the US. I advocate for an investigation into all Netflix employees. They slandered Assange. They put all this filth on their fucking website. But finally, when Dave Chappelle, the hero of the working class, gets his own special, they go on strike. All at the same time that the American people around the country are on strike over these vaccine mandates. Debate with Destiny's next week. 18 more likes! 16 more likes! I don't know the topic. Supposed to fucking cry over these fucking entitled, privileged Netflix fucks who released Cuties? That's what I'm supposed to fucking cry over?
Fading temple bells calm the weight in the seaweed, remain eternal set vapor.
Be in another dream.
I want you guys to know that we're in the 2020s and the fake socialists, the bourgeois socialists, the petite bourgeois kulak, professional managerial kulaks will be smothered under the fist of the American working class. They will be pulverized into smithereens, at which point they will scatter to the winds and be forced to know the cold outdoors that they, for so long, found privileged refuge from. Flash 232 with the 10! Holy fuck. Imagine claiming to support workers. Workers! They're not workers, dumbass! They're not workers any more than Jeff Bezos is. They're not fucking workers. They're not fucking workers. They're not fucking workers. They are not the fucking working class. They will never be the working class. more likes. DGG are attacking him? Where are they attacking him? In their Reddit? The little copium bitch-ass Reddit? DGG are a bunch of neoliberals, and they're siding with the Netflix workers. What does that fucking tell you, huh? What does that tell you? We represent the working class. We represent the working class. Thank you, Jawazan. Where are they fucking attacking him? Doesn't know what a worker is. You don't fucking know what a worker is, you dumb fuck. You don't know what a fucking worker is, you stupid bitch. What do you fucking know about workers? You think a worker is just anyone who's employed. That's not fucking true. A worker is just anyone who's employed. That's what the working class means. Let me break this down theoretically. Since you don't want all the rhetoric and shit, I can do theory. You want me to do theory? Fine, let's break it down along all the facets. The first one is going to be the sociological and cultural connotations of the working class historically. Obviously, we know that Netflix people don't satisfy that. The working class, at that time, were people who came from the countryside with absolutely fucking nothing, and from the least quantum of labor, least quantum of unskilled labor, they were hired and thrown into factories, and those were the working class. And over the course of decades, they waged valiant and heroic struggles to improve their conditions. They drew their ranks from the broad strata of the people.
Leninist from the Rebirth of Communism YouTube channel is interested in talking to you about American patriotism. He really likes watching you. Here is his video.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Why don't you get in VC Proto, you stupid pussy? The working class used to come from the broad strata of the American people. They weren't these fucking privileged strata professionals. They weren't privileged. Simple as that. They didn't come from this privileged strata. They weren't educated. They didn't deal any of that fucking bullshit. They worked with their fucking hands. Then from the perspective of Marx's theory of value, Netflix employees do not produce value. And the reason we know that is because the manner by which Netflix generates an income isn't through the traditional capitalist form of valorization whatsoever. It's the form of rentierism, digital rentierism, that's based on intellectual property. So no, Netflix doesn't fucking make money based on what the workers are doing. Leftists want to lie to you and make it seem like the necessity of the worker determines that the law of value, like all the profits are coming from them. That's not true. Marx actually describes how the law of value works and what differentiates productive from unproductive labor. Thank you, Tash. Word salad. You're not gonna debate me? Get the fuck out of my chat, you little bitch. You're a fucking pussy, and you're gonna lose your job. In the coming economic crisis, you're losing your job, and you're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked, and you will have deserved it. You're actually fucked. You are economically fucked. You're gonna lose your fucking job. You're gonna lose everything, you fucking social parasite, bitch.
We are what we want. Never change. We will.
The conversion of a material into a product. Light and sound is turned into a visual film. That's productive labor. No, it's fucking not, you dumb fuck. Why don't you read Marx and come back to me, you stupid bitch? Instead of just trying to speculate on what actual productive labor means, he wrote about it. He literally said the content is irrelevant. It has to do with capital's process of self-valorization. That's what determines labor as productive labor. When labor is exchanged for capital and not just money. When it's exchanged for capital. When labor is labor as capital. You know what that means, right? Marx didn't write about movies, thus it's not valid labor. You stupid fuck. Is that what I said? Stupid fucking dumb bitch. Get in my fucking VC and maybe I'll tell you about what I just fucking said 15 seconds ago, you stupid bitch. He said, the content, the material content, so far as natural science is concerned, is entirely fucking irrelevant. Light and sound and all that has nothing to do with it. The stupid pussy's waiting in my VC. Good. What up, fucking pussy, you little bitch?
What's up?
Stupid fuck. Yeah. Speak!
I am a menace, smacking this balls I can.
Oh no, are you playing DMCA music? Oh no, it's DMCA music. Oh no. Oh no. See, this is what they have to offer to debate me. Oh no. I'm so scared if you're gonna play that music. I'm so scared of that music. Wow, I'm so scared of that music, you stupid bitch. I just took your manhood. I just took your manhood. I just took your fucking manhood. You're not a man anymore. I just took it from you. I just took your fucking manhood, by the way. I just yanked your fucking manhood right out from you. You're not a man anymore. You know that? I just took your manhood. Fancy that. Fancy that. Fancy that. They're all pedophile defenders. Fancy that. They're a bunch of pedophile defenders. Fancy that. They're a bunch of pedophile defenders. Fancy that. Fancy that. They're defending the people who greenlighted Cuties on Netflix. Fancy that. Fancy that. Little bitch. Don't even fucking know what you're talking about. Finally, here's the vouch. Here's the vouch tweet. Here's the vouch. Ready for vouch? We're at part 1. That was part 1. Ready for part 2? Here's part 2.
Based.
For the big booty bitches.
Thank you, Aztec. Speaking of pedophiles, speaking of a bunch of pedophiles, pedophile defenders, pedophile apologizers, pedophile supporters, and known pedophiles themselves, pedophilia.
Down with the fake socialist pedophile.
Speak of the devil.
B-O-R-G-O-U-I-S-E.
Speak of the devil. Speaking of pedophilia, pedophile supporters. Speaking of pedophile apologists. Speaking of the apologizers of child abuse. Yeah, Vosh. Your Discord messages are still in Destiny's Discord. I hope you know that. Your messages are still in Destiny's Discord server. They didn't get deleted, Vaush. We can still look at them now, Vaush. We can still look at them now. 1,000 upvotes. Red fascist infrared calls Netflix workers parasite while striking. What a pathetic guy. Oh, I'm sorry.
Based.
The NISC, thank you so much. Parasite was too much of a word, right? I should rephrase what I called the Netflix employees that are currently on strike in protest of Dave Chappelle's comedy. Because parasite, yeah, that's just too much, right? I'll rephrase it. Ready? Bunch of useless, lazy, vampire, parasite, fat, fuck, pieces of shit, less than the shit on my fucking shoe, useless, unproductive, producing nothing of worth in our fucking society, doesn't produce any fucking value in the scientific sense of Marxism, bunch of useless, fucking, completely worthless people. That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say. That's actually what I meant to say. I'm gonna down-dude you, little bitch. Down-duded bitch. Guys, this is the people getting behind the Netflix train. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Netflix employees are the working class. We are true workers and we're LARPing. We are the working class. When union movements and songs 100 years ago were commenced, they were all talking about us. When Marx and Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto, they were actually talking about graduate students, and they were referring to people like me, who are a bunch of coddled parasites. When we get hired by a lousy boss, we complain and bitch even though we can't do none. We're not workers ourselves, but we have to get hired still because we have to work for a boss. We are mediocre. We are soy boy betas. We have to work for a boss because we can't do anything ourselves. Unlike America's working class, we elevate ourselves with our minds. Creative labor and mental labor is the true working class.
Red Rising Star donated $3. These people think unions are always revolutionary, but didn't Fanon point out in imperialized countries unions were often in line with the interests of the imperialist-controlled industries? Ideologically, these people.
Thank you, Red Rising. I appreciate you. Right? Listen, guys. During the great labor battles of 100 years ago, they were actually talking about pink hair, blue hair, coddled parasites. Let's go, everyone. Hipsters are the real workers. Hipsters are the real workers. You wanna know about the working class? Go to a Google HQ. I work for Facebook. I work for Facebook. I am a real worker. We are the working class. Solidarity! Solidarity! Alright, guys, I have another song. Ready? Ready? I have a song. I have another song. I have another song up my sleeve. Ready? Okay, I'm gonna sing it. Ready? I dreamed I saw AOC last, alive and ready with glee. She said the workers of Google and all are the true working class. The Democrats and all above are fighting in solidarity as the true working class of history aligns together now. Aligns together now. When Dave Chappelle released a special that hurt all of our feelings, that was exactly like coal miners who were fighting for livable working conditions in which they would not get diseases and die. The workers of the past who were struggling for dignity are exactly like the crybailies, crybullies, who are whining and crying and bitching that Dave Chappelle hurt their feelings. That Dave Chappelle hurt their feelings. Now, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go! Bread tube forever! The workers on strike! Down with Dave Chappelle! White leftists unite! And we know what's best for all the black people in America. Dave Chappelle is actually white. Dave Chappelle is I don't know how the rest of it goes. Alright, hold on. Let me think of more. Ready? Let me think of more.
Based.
Alright, let's do it. Arise, all the Netflix workers and all the people on office chairs. Arise, the people working with their pinkies and have the pinkest hands. All the graduate students studiously writing dog shit papers. And all the Netflix creative workers who are making cuties too. Come together, the nerds of Silicon Valley, the Google workers and at Facebook are the heirs of the working class. The proletariat actually have blue hair and big glasses. SJW, arise into the air. The red fascist infrared wants to divide the true working class. But we will not let him do it. Google are at the vanguard. We are rising and fighting, but we are mostly obese. We're getting there more slowly. We are hipsters in peace. We are the same as the workers from 100 years ago. They all agree with me that my dad is an asshole. My mom and dad all are reactionary. I am rebelling against them. You will not assume things such as the color of my hair, and I won't let you take down the struggles of the true working class. Dave Chappelle is pretty much the same as a child labor sweatshop owner from 200 years ago. Dave Chappelle is the modern day robber barons of the age. He hurt all of our feelings, and that's the exact same thing as the union struggles of the past. fight the capitalist Dave Chappelle, guys. The workers are gonna win. The capitalist Dave Chappelle won't win, guys. The workers are gonna win. Okay? I am a worker. Come on, guys. I am a worker. Just do it with me, guys. Just do it with me. Get up out of your chair. We're not gonna take this red fashion. I am a worker. Okay? I'm a working class. Me. It's about me. Marx was writing about me because I don't own the company I work at. And because I don't own it, I'm a worker. And that makes me what Marx was talking about. I am a worker. You know what? It's time for Antifa. It's time for some Antifa.
Base.
I am the worker.
Hassanoids BTFO.
Me! Did Dave Chappelle just say something I don't agree with? Just like the working class union guys in the past who were fighting against the capitalist bosses. I am the working class, okay? I'm Antifa, huh? Let me get into Antifa. I'm Antifa, okay? Don't mess with me.
Jonah Phony
Don't mess
donated
with me.
$20.36. Ostrom and Pharrell will revive the American folk tradition.
Antifa! The workers! I am the working class! We're gonna do this! We're not gonna stop! We're not gonna stop at Netflix! We're gonna create the Netflix Hill Autonomous Zone! Workers Unite! Indigenous People! BIPOC! Workers! I am the working class! While you sit on your computer, I'm out here doing real revolution. Oh, sorry. I'm really obese. Don't be fat phobic. Don't be fat phobic. There's no fat phobia allowed. No fat phobia allowed. Stop it. Stop it. I have many vegan McChickens. And if you take them away, it's oppression. Workers! Workers! All the workers! Come on! We can do it! Oh! Okay. Ready? We're gonna do a single charge, and the working class is striking, and we're gonna defeat the bosses! Down with capitalism! Down with capitalism! Okay. Ready? 1 second. Okay. 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 One last time. One last time. Antifa. 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 Ah. Tumblr. Twitter. Indigenous BIPOC. BIPOC. Okay. Ready? We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Okay, one more time. One more time. Okay. 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 Listen. You fucking shitlord. Haas is gone. Haas is gone, okay? I managed to infiltrate the red fascist tanky known as Haas from Infrared. I infiltrated his apartment, and he's gone, okay? And VGG, Vaush, if you guys are watching, Antifa is in control. Antifa is in control, okay? We're in control of the infrared stream now. And we're about to change the curriculum. We are going to change the curriculum, okay? First things first. All workers are valid. You're trying to divide workers between actual workers and salaried professionals that I just decided to call workers, okay? They are all valid, okay? The working class is pretty much a cultural identity, and I identify as a worker. And if, I identify as a worker, and my identity is valid, okay? And solidarity, I have so much excitement and solidarity for all of the Netflix workers who are out there striking for better conditions against the billion-dollar capitalist bosses at Netflix. And I hope they turn Netflix into a worker cooperative where blue-hair, bird-brain, pink-hair dumbasses will have all the creative control. Now, I am not a racist. But I've noticed that the most popular shows on Netflix are coming from South Korea and Spain, okay? And they're just not as enlightened as us Americans, okay? All these South Korean shows, they don't give a shit about the struggle of marginalized communities and BIPOC and queer folk, and none of their shows seem to be about that, okay? And, those people in South Korea, look, I am going to take the woke man's burden. I'm sorry, not man. Excuse me, I didn't preface my pronouns, excuse me. The woke burden of going to South Korea and teaching them the ways of indigenous queer liberation theory and anarcho-Bidenism and streamers like Vaush, because as Vaush said, South Korea is a very conservative country. They are not as enlightened as we are. We are more progressive. We're better than they are, pretty much. I'm not racist, okay? I believe in... You know what? Nobody talks about the indigenous people in Korea. And South Koreans are settler colonialists upon the indigenous people like me. And I'm indigenous because, my grandpa fought in the Korean War, and we were fighting the red fash North Koreans, and they were red fascists, okay? We had no choice. Anyway, sorry. I do that sometimes. Anyway, now that we've turned Netflix into a workers' cooperative, and we've socialized the means of production, so the workers own it now and not the bosses, we're gonna make some changes around here, okay? First change that's going on is no more South Korean shows. Yeah, that's right. Until those South Koreans learn to be as woke as us, we're not going to let these foreigners make our content on Netflix anymore. Matter of fact, I think we're going to build a wall around Netflix so only the woke people, like us Americans, will be able to make content. And matter of fact, look, I'm not racist, but Dave Chappelle, for some odd reason, he's just not enlightened like I am, okay? Dave Chappelle, and I'm just telling you, what's a pattern like that. That infrared guy, that Haas guy, that red fascist, maybe if he came from a more repentant cultural background and not from the deserts of the Middle East, maybe that guy of infrared, he comes from a very toxic, conservative, fash culture. Maybe if he was raised in a more repentant culture like me, he would have the empathy to understand that he shouldn't be... Look, I'm not racist, guys. I'm not racist. I'm talking about infrared, okay? Infrared's a red fash, and he's a Nazi, okay? I mean, guys, I'm 2% indigenous, okay? Stop. I'm not a racist. Okay, infrared's the bad guy here, not me. Okay? Anyway, that Dave Chappelle guy, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but I just feel like, I don't know. I don't know. He's just really not sensitive, and he's punching down at me, and I'm the real victim here. And, Dave Chappelle, he needs to check his privilege. He really needs to check his privilege, okay? And so, look, hear me out. It's not racist, just hear me out, okay? Just hear me out. I was considering that we're only gonna have comedy specials on Netflix by indigenous white queer folk. Okay, listen, I know it sounds bad, but look, Dave Chappelle, he proved that we have a long way to go to educate these other people, like the Infrared Haas guy. He comes from a foreign culture, into our woke ways. And until they do that, look, so here's what's on the itinerary. We are going to build a wall around Netflix. No more South Korean shows, no more shows from Spain. They're not woke enough. They are not progressive enough. They're too conservative. And then, now, when it comes to the comedy specials, look, okay? Look. You're a bitch! Sorry. I'm sorry. It just happens. Did I break this fucking... Okay. Sorry, it just happens, okay? It just happens. Don't you dare talk about... Look. I know how it sounds, okay? But for now, we're only gonna have indigenous white queer folk, okay? And the reason why we're only gonna hire white people now is because... Not because we like white people. I hate white people. I'm white and I hate... I have so much white guilt, okay? But the reason why I think we need to only have white people on Netflix right now is, well, listen, white people are just more self-aware and repentant of their own evil. And people like Infrared Haas, that guy, because he comes from a, barbaric culture. I mean, that's not what I meant. I'm not a racist, okay? But because of that, he doesn't have as much guilt or repentance that I do. And because I'm more guilty and repentant, I'm actually better than everyone else. Okay? And Dave Chappelle, what is he guilty of? He's not guilty of anything. He's not guilty. So, and look, we need to put... Okay, look. We're going to put a temporary shutdown on Muslims from coming to Netflix until we can figure out what's going on. Okay? Look. The workers are taking over Netflix. This is what's got to happen. Okay? Look. Okay. So let's go down the list of the itinerary. Some of the things that are on the itinerary. Ready? First thing, we're gonna build a wall around Netflix. No more foreigners who are not woke and American enough. I mean, I hate America, but they're not progressive enough, okay? South Korea, no more. That's it. Squid Game, no. There were no queer people in Squid Game. Do you ever notice that? There were no queer people in Squid Game. You ever notice that? Anyway, we're not letting them make our movies anymore. And another thing is, the second thing is that we're only gonna have white people do comedy specials now. Okay, it sounds racist, but it's only a temporary measure because we're gonna educate. We're gonna take on the woke man's burden the woke folks' burden of educating the other people, and finally, and this is the last thing, is that we need to put a shutdown on Muslim Twitch streamers until we can figure out what's going on. Because they're red fash and we don't know what's going on. Okay? So, one. Hey, doesn't that sound like Trump? And what? Who's the fash that just compared me to Trump? What about me's like Trump? All I said was, I want to build a wall around Netflix. And, that we need to shut down Muslims like Haas till we figure out what's going on. Who? Excuse me? You know what? Okay, before I go, okay, we have another few things on the itinerary, okay? Because we can't stop here, okay? We are Netflix, and we're also demanding land back. And in the land back, we demand that Netflix gives all of America back to the indigenous people, or else. And that's right. And if you don't, I'm gonna stare at you just like this. If you don't do the land back, I'm gonna stare at you just like this. Okay? Ready? Hmm. Hmm. Gonna give it back yet? I can do this all day. I can do this all day. Alright, one sec. Hello? What? What's going on? Hold on, wait. You're saying that in Dearborn, Michigan, the Arabs have traditional gender roles? And they believe in traditional, patriarchal, oppressive, heteronormative roles? I'll be right there. Alright, guys. Apparently the Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan are not woke enough. And we're Antifa. We fight fascists, we fight white supremacists, and we fight bigots who are xenophobic. And look, we're going to pay a visit to the mosque, and we're going to tell those people at the mosque that they better change their ways or else. Because now, I don't know what desert they came from, but now that they're in my country, they're going to have to learn to adjust. Okay?
Fuck! What the fuck happened, guys? What the fuck happened? Oh, man. Oh, fuck. One sec, let me wash my face. Alright, back. God, the story I could tell you. So I basically went out to go grab a protein drink, and there was this Antifa guy that basically ambushed me, like out of the blue, right? Completely just ambushed me. And I was knocked out cold for like 35 minutes. Thank you, Lado Miffy, for the 10. Appreciate you, man. I was knocked out cold that whole time, so I don't know what happened. I just got back. It's so weird that the views didn't drop off because the stream was there wasn't a stream, right? It was just you weren't seeing anything. The stream was empty, right? There's 465 likes. So you're saying people unliked it? It's 497. Who the fuck unliked it? Who the fuck unliked it? Whatever, I don't give a fuck. It'll be liked. Oh man. Yeah. Again, I don't know why this is so controversial because if someone wants to debate me, apparently. Who wants to debate me? You can debate me now if you want. You can debate me now. If you want to debate me. Thank you, Trev. Thank you so much, Trev. Appreciate you. Whoever wants to debate me can debate me now. But I don't know why this is so controversial. You know, I can explain it to you if you want. But it's not enough just to be hired to have a wage. There's a very specific reason why in Marx's time, the mass of people who were being hired for a living were proletariats. And the reason was because there was a process of converting this older form of small proprietorship and earlier forms of, making a living into just raw, abstract, whatever, proletarian wage labor. We live in a society where everything is so socialized. Everyone works for a wage. Every type of profession is hired somehow, right? Every single profession now is paid in a salary or in a wage or has become like abstract, right? But here's the thing that's even worse, is that's even not necessarily true. I'll tell you why it's not necessarily true, right? The so-called labor of a doctor and the labor of a Netflix worker is not commensurate. These are not forms of labor that belong to the same abstract labor. Abstract labor is the least quantum of unskilled labor. These are qualitatively different forms of labor, not only in terms of like what they do, that's obvious, but in terms of how they're denominated, how they're paid for, how much you get in return for them. It's not like you have on the one hand a capitalist who is like, oh, let me hire this doctor, let me hire this lawyer, let me hire this Netflix worker, all for the same self-valorizing process of capital accumulation. If you're a doctor, you're going to work for a very specific type of institution, a very specific type of company, which isn't liquefying all relations constituent of the community for the pursuit of profit alone. So in this sense, we have entered this kind of return to the pre-capitalist form of production of CMC. It's no longer like all relations are being converted into forms of wage labor that are commensurate with each other in the form of exchange, their exchange value. They're qualitatively different, right? Person wants to debate in the show queue. Okay, let's do it. What up, dumb fuck? Unmute. What do you want?
Yeah, so I think a lot.
Trans issues, why?
Because that's what I usually talk about on here. I joined the server
What?
because
Hold on, that's what I talk about?
that's what I talk about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I joined the server because I think I saw a video against or it was you and Perspective Philosophy. And then I watched that debate, and then I watched some other ones. And it seems like you kind of have this like kind of aesthetic of like a alpha bro male that's trying like way too hard. It's a little cringy. But then I kind of went to the community, and I mainly disagree with the community. I'm not sure if you agree with their takes. But essentially, I think that we should allow children to receive hormone blockers. And if like doctors agree, we should probably allow them to get
Yeah, I
just
just don't agree with that. Yeah, I just don't agree with that. It's
okay. So what do you not agree with specifically?
I don't think someone can make a decision like that for a child.
Do you think we can make any medical decisions for children?
That concern their actual like saving their lives and their medical health, but not in terms of their
Yeah,
sexuality.
Sure.
I don't think adults.
It wouldn't be in terms of their
I
sexuality.
don't believe.
It wouldn't be. Well, it wouldn't be in terms of their sexuality. It would be in terms of their mental health.
Right, but it's in the name of their mental health. I get that, but for purposes of determining their sexuality, I just don't think.
It's not determining.
Not determining their sexuality, but like medically altering them in a way that pertains to their sexuality. So to me, I just.
You mean their gender, or?
Yeah, sure.
Because it's also not determining that either.
Well, gender and sexuality are related, right?
I don't think they're interchangeable or synonymous. I mean, maybe they're related, but I don't know how that can. They're not synonymous in the sentence, so that's why I was getting confused. But by the way, like hormones, like hormone blockers, or just regular like HRT, this isn't like trying to change your gender. This is if the kid is already expressing some type of usually like gender dysphoria, like hate for their body. They go to like a therapist, and then that therapist signs off. So they go to an endocrinologist. That endocrinologist.
You're saying children are expressing this hatred for their body?
Yeah.
Like, how old are these children?
Sometimes they're 7. Sometimes they're usually like teenage range, like 13, 14. But specific.
Yeah, I don't.
Body in
look,
which
if you're 7 years old,
hatred.
I'll give you an example of this.
Sure.
So when I was 6 years old, 5 to 7, right?
Uh-huh.
I was crying a lot. And I was crying because I wanted to be 16 years old. I'm not making this up by that. I wanted to be like 18. And the reason was because I was watching Drake and Josh in those shows. And I was like, I want to be like older. I want to live the life. I'm sick of being a kid. I don't want to be a kid anymore. Might sound funny, but I'm not even lying about this. And I would cry to my mom and I'd be like, I want to be 17. I'm 17. And I'm not saying that's like an analogy to trans people who, as adults, express this views about that they have gender dysphoria. But I'm just saying, like as a kid, kids express all range of emotions.
Yeah,
and that's
sure.
It's not enough to like.
So if these emotions are consisting of like a large feeling of like hatred towards your body in gendered senses, not in like, oh, I'm fat, oh, I'm like this type of thing. It's usually in like, oh, I am like, I'm a guy, I look like a guy, I'm going to grow up to have huge muscles, I'm going to have like a lot of facial hair, and that makes me really disgusted.
Wait, I've known like people who grew up, and they would tell me, women who would tell me, for example, that they grew up always thinking of themselves like as a boy, for example, right? And
yeah. I've kind of grown up the same way. Like I'm a tomboy, but I've never had a feeling of like, oh, I really want to be a guy. And I'm like close to like suicidal ideation because of it.
No, they would tell me that they had no identification with their like that they were women whatsoever. But when they became adults, the situation changed, right? And they decided, So I'm just saying, like, when you can express something as a child, but then when you're an adult, you change your mind, right? And to me,
yeah, sure. That's why we give like children at like really young ages, like if it's like 12 or like 14 or these young ages, we usually give them like hormone blockers, because those are pretty reversible.
I don't know about how are they reversible? I don't.
They kind of just like halt puberty. So imagine if you're like your body and how
I don't think like puberty or sexual development or those kinds of things are well known enough to be able to come to the conclusion that this is not going to be a life altering.
I mean, they've been researched for like over 25 years.
They have not been well researched, actually. This fear.
I mean, do you have any facts about this, or?
All I can say is it's not well researched. Like, I don't know what you mean.
Okay, I mean, so like you're saying it's not well researched.
Yeah.
I mean, do I
have a study that says it's not well researched? No, there's no.
No. What I'm saying is, do you have like the current research, and you can like point out how it's not well researced? You don't have to like provide
I don't have
one
on hand, no. But I know that not enough is known.
So you know about it. That's fine. So how? It's okay if you just know it. So what's specifically not well researched about it?
Okay. The way the human body works, specifically how sexuality works, how puberty works, and how sexual development works, is not well known.
I mean,
in general. It's
do you
not
think we
known,
shouldn't
for
have any
example.
type of like endocrine clinics or anything? Or
That's not
do you,
relevant. It's not known, for example, why puberty happens at the
wait,
times it does.
do you know
It's
what
not
an
it's not
endocrine clinic
known.
is?
It's not known, for example, what the factors that go into specific developmental trajectories for a given person and their body and their development. It's not even known, for example, and this is what I know too. It's not even known like what height your puberty is going to take you to. Actually, it's not.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. The
These are
effects
all
of
things that
puberty are
people.
not known.
It's not known.
Sure.
If you're going to be able to grow a beard, it's not grown. Like you can look at your parents and roughly guess. And people say, "Oh, that means it's genetic," but they haven't found the genes and actually haven't pinpointed the actual mechanism by which it actually happens. So these things are not known.
Okay, so you can not know how it actually happens, but you can know that it does happen. So like I don't know. I'm personally not like a mechanics person. I don't really know how a sink works. But like from me using a lot of empirical evidence, when I like turn the cold water on the sink, cold water comes out. So I'm guessing if I push the cold water comes out unless the sink is broken or whatever. So like we can study something even if we don't know how it works.
Yeah, I have a
like,
quote in my
study the
chat.
effectiveness
Yeah, I have
of
a quote that some random person in my chat said. Little is known about the long-term side effects of hormone or puberty blockers in children with gender dysphoria. Although the Gender Identity Development Service advises this is a physically reversible treatment if stopped, it is not known what psychological effects may be. It also not known whether hormone blockers affect the development of the teenage brain or children's bones. Side effects may also include hot flushes, fatigue, and mood alterations. And I'm gonna try.
Yeah,
to
sure.
find
So these are I've never claimed that that there isn't like any types of side effects to them. I never said
it's
that.
saying that they're not.
What I said.
This is the National Health
What I
Service
said.
of the
What I
UK
said.
too.
What I said. Okay, so what
Yeah.
I said was that they're reversible, which I'm pretty sure you said in that quote.
No, it's not what it said. It said that the Gender Identity Development Service, and I'm not sure their bias actually, advises this is a physically reversible treatment if stopped. And so they're saying going off of their word. I don't know how reliable their word is.
Okay. Well, I don't know how reliable your quote is, but if you are relying on the quote,
It comes from the National Health Service of the United Kingdom, so that's where it comes
pretty. Okay. Well, look. So I said that it was reversible. If we don't know any, if we don't know,
I really don't
type
believe
of,
it's reversible. I don't believe it's reversible.
Why do you not believe that? Is it just because you have,
I don't buy it. I don't
bias?
buy that, for example, at such a crucial moment of a child's development, you can just take hormone blockers and that's not going to have implications for your long-term development if you cut them off and reverse them. I know how
for a lot
such
of kids,
small
it
things
doesn't.
influence such development.
I mean, there's probably not been as much testing as if the person goes off of hormones or not hormones.
Well, if there hasn't been enough testing, then don't push it on children.
Can I finish? So what I was saying is, I don't think there's been a lot of testing where someone has gone on puberty blockers and then gone off of puberty blockers for a long period of time. I don't think there's been a lot of those things because not a lot of people detransition out of the amount of trans people that already exist.
Well,
so having that amount of study having that amount of research might be hard because I think a lot of people stay on it, and the people who do stay on it seems like it's working pretty well for them. So I think we should continue providing the medication.
Yeah,
because that's how we figured out if anything goes wrong. If anything does go wrong, maybe we can revoke it. But from what I've seen so far, it doesn't seem like there's any type of like big negative effects from it.
Yeah, but you just said that there hasn't been a good amount of studies for that specific circumstance, which means you don't know enough to know whether you should be able to push this on kids. It's like if they want to reverse it.
You're not pushing it on kids.
It's a permanent decision you're making for them.
It's not a permanent decision. Also, like you're not pushing it on kids. So usually in these appointments, when you're trying to get like puberty blockers, what happens is that they usually have like a therapist session, refer them to an endocrinologist. So they have like an endocrinologist is like a hormone person. I don't know if you.
Okay. Yeah. Look, look. It's a nice sounding name, but at the end of the day, these people don't know. You don't think they're an endocrinologist
knows about the child's mental health? You don't
no,
think
I don't. I really don't. Absolutely not.
You don't think people who study in their fields might know a bit about those fields?
No, I don't. I don't think they know anything about them.
Okay, well, how do you know anything?
Well, here's why. Because just because you're putting a name on it and you're creating a profession and paying people.
Wait. Okay, no. You're not putting a name on your profession. You're training for around like 8 years.
Yeah, well,
for
you
your
just
profession.
interrupted me, so you didn't actually hear what I was saying whatsoever. So
Okay, if
Yeah.
your statement changes,
just because you call it something and then there's a profession centered around pretending like you know things and finding patterns and doing all this kind of stuff doesn't actually mean you know the object you're pretending to know in actual reality, right? You're an endocrinologist. There were people who were phrenologists back in the day, right, where they were measuring or looking at people's skulls and seeing how that influences or determines their personality. So just because you have a profession and people are they're working on and that's what they do for a living doesn't mean they know the fucking mysteries of childhood development and childhood psychology and childhood mental health and things that people haven't even been able to master for like thousands of years, and we're still not even really close to being able to understand that.
Do you think? Yeah. So
like
this is
I would
the
love
case
to be
for-
shown like proof that these people really have unlocked the secrets of childhood mental health so much so to the point where you can make decisions for children impacting their adult futures and long-term futures.
So this is the case for every single medical field.
No, it's not, because no. Here's the difference. It's absolutely not, because in other medical fields, in other medical fields, say for psychiatry, usually you're getting medical treatments because you already have life-threatening or life harming, whatever, diseases and pathologies which you have no other choice but to treat in a way that medical professionals would be required in. That's why, for example, yes, it's true for every other medical profession, but we know that those things will help you, for example, in saving your life or preventing a long-term impairment of one of your functions in your body. You don't know with 100% certainty, but it more or less works. Now, the decision you're talking about in this case...
something besides like one sentence?
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So like... What I'm saying was the logic that you could use earlier, where you're saying that like we don't know everything that could happen. This is used in every single medical field.
No, I just explained why it couldn't be. I just explained why it couldn't be. Because in other medical fields, it's a risk versus reward situation.
We don't experience.
Yeah, it's a risk versus reward. It's a basic risk versus reward situation for all the other ones.
Okay, yeah, sure. And it's the same for transgender people.
No, it's not.
It
is not. It's absolutely not. The risk,
a lot of these people, when they go to therapists, they usually talk about like suicidal ideation in terms of gender dysphoria. So a lot of these kids...
Well, if children are talking about that, I don't think if children are talking about suicidal ideation, that any psychological, in terms of like chemicals, they should not be given chemicals in response to that in any capacity, whether it's pills for psychiatric pills for their mental health, or I don't believe in any of that for children whatsoever.
You don't believe in helping children through medication?
Look, you worded that in such a Weasley fucking way. Oh, you don't believe in helping children with medication? Yeah, of course I do. Do I believe children's psychological problems should be addressed with chemicals? No, I don't.
So do you think we should help children's... Yeah, sure. I mean, I was asking a question so that I could clarify the position. So, are you saying that we should not give children any medication to help them with mental problems?
No.
So no, you're not saying that? Or yes,
I don't think you should. No,
that?
I don't think you should.
Okay. I mean, so wait, really? You don't think we should give children?
No, I don't think you should give 7-year-olds who are too hyper Ritalin and all this other dumb shit. I don't think you should give children all these fucking pills and chemicals which are gonna fuck them up in the long term. Fuck no, I don't think you should.
I mean, yeah, if they're gonna fuck them up in the long term.
But they are fucking them up in the long term, and we're seeing it in real time. You think I would let my kids... You think I would let a doctor give my kid fucking pills that are going to alter how their brain fucking works? Fuck no. I was raised by my parents the way my parents were raised by their parents, and so on, sans maybe thousands of fucking years. We didn't have any of these fucking pills, and we've been doing fine. I'm not going to raise my fucking kids in that way. And as far as I know about Americans and the American people are concerned, they also have traditions of raising children that stretch back hundreds and hundreds of years
I
that
don't really
weren't
care
in need
about
of these
this. It's kind
chemical
of
brain
like
altering
old
things for their
tradition.
fucking kids. So yeah, I'm completely against that. 100,000 fucking percent.
Okay, so you just like this is just a hard line. You draw it on like any type of medication that would help a child with their mental problems. You don't want to ever like
No chemicals whatsoever.
and that's just like a morality thing for you. That's nothing else. Like you would apply that to every other situation.
What are you talking about?
Can I think for a second?
Can you mute?
Can I think?
Oh, okay.
Let's say if you had a child that was like really like they had some type of like mental disorder and this might cause them to like commit suicide.
What hold on. What
and then-
mental disorder are you referring to?
This is just a hypothetical.
I don't believe that's how the brain works, though. I don't think you just have mental disorders that randomly cause you to commit, random acts. I'm coming from the perspective of psychoanalysis, so you're gonna have to
Okay,
be
well,
hard
I'm
pressed.
trying to give a
You're gonna be
hypothetical.
hard pressed
Can
to convince me
can I-
that
can I
highly
give you a
subjectivized
hypothetical?
and highly
What I'm trying to do-
experiential things like
So
suicide.
the reason I'm
and-
giving you a hypothetical here is so that I can try to understand where your moral values
Well,
are.
you're
not
basically
to try to
wasting
actually
dead. You're
apply it
wasting
to
time. You're
future.
wasting my time right now. You're wasting my fucking time.
I mean, you could
You,
just
you
leave
don't
if you're
need to
too
explain
triggered.
to
It's
me
okay.
the abstract merit of hypotheticals. What I'm
Okay,
trying
well,
to fucking
it didn't
tell
seem
you,
like you.
that
it didn't
is
seem like you
not
understood
how
when you
the
didn't
brain
want to
in
answer it.
relation to behavior works.
Are you okay?
There's no medical disorder that randomly has people commit suicide. It doesn't exist
This is
in
a
reality.
hypothetical, okay?
But it's
It
not how the
doesn't
brain works.
matter.
So it's a hypothetical premised on the false assumption of how brains
but
work.
it's not- okay, let's say.
Listen, I know
there's
you're
this
trying to copy
child-
all of your speech patterns and mannerisms from fucking Destiny, but why don't
Okay.
you actually listen to what I just fucking told you? You are making the false assumption that the reason why people have suicidal ideation, all this kind of stuff, is directly caused by chemically identifiable disorders in the brain. I don't buy that paradigm of fucking mental health
Yeah, I
or
don't
psychiatry whatsoever. So the hypothetical is premised by an entirely, according to me, false view of psychology in the first place.
Yeah, I don't buy that either. However, that's not what I was assuming. What I'm
Okay,
trying to
so-
give you,
so-
what I'm trying to give you is
Yeah.
a situation in which
You could
a
say,
child
for
needs help.
example,
A
they may
child
have.
just
You
needs
could
help. A
try
child
and
has
say,
some type
for
of mental
example,
thing, and they
you-
need help.
You can try and say, for example, someone can be born with a severe case of autism, according to which they engage in highly destructive and self-destructive activity. For example, they're
sure.
hitting themselves a lot and they're doing all this kind of things that.
Yeah, like self-injurious behavior. Yeah.
Yeah. There's forms of extreme autism which fall into.
Yeah.
that.
I actually studied this, so yeah, I know.
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, and
in those cases, if there's some type of like pill you can give them that might alter their like
that might calm them down. Sure.
chemistry, but it like works 100% of the time, would you be okay with
Yeah,
it?
sure. A sedative or something like that, sure.
So-
Otherwise,
so
the
it's-
alternative is they're going to die, right?
Okay, I mean,
But
No,
you have to
they're probably just gonna get
understand.
injured.
You have to understand that when you're
they're
talking
probably
about
just gonna get injured. You don't know if they're gonna die. Like they're just like hitting their head against a wall. Like I mean,
well,
they're gonna-
there's a high risk that they're going to.
Yeah, sure.
They're constantly engaging in self injurious behavior.
Yeah.
And
Just
it's-
like if a person's constantly engaging in suicidal thoughts where they
Yeah,
have
but
plans
here's the difference.
and they're
Yeah, the difference in the case of suicidal ideation is that that's a highly subjectivized phenomena, which is
Exactly.
mediated,
So that's
which
why
is
you
which
go
is
to a
mediated
therapist
actually by
before-
consciousness. It's something mediated by consciousness. In a case of severe autism and people engaging in this repetitive, extremely dangerous, self-destructive behavior, that's not a highly subjective behavior mediated by some labyrinth of consciousness. It's almost a kind of spontaneous pathological activity that they have for reasons that we can at least know cannot be addressed in the form of external environmental intervention. Like, and for example, in the way in which you talk to them and deal with them. Like, they, as far as we don't even know per se, but for now, there's no way we can deal with that whatsoever in any other way besides giving them some kind of sedative or giving them some kind of pill which will calm them down and prevent them from engaging in this behavior which is destructive to them and others. But that behavior can't be like psychoanalyzed, right? That behavior is just something they're doing almost like almost kind of like autonomously, right? Without any subjective or conscious, clear subjective or conscious mediation whatsoever. Like, for example, they're not doing this. They're not like, oh yeah, I'm hitting myself and I'm hitting people because I'm sad or because my feelings were hurt or because I'm upset. They are just doing it, and you don't know why they're doing it, right? So, and you can't communicate them with in any way to figure out why they're doing it. So in that case, yeah, there's no issue. But that doesn't comprise that doesn't fall under the rubric of what I would call children's psychological children's psychology, because that's more a case of physiology in that case. If it's something that's not subjective or consciously mediated, then it's physiological at that point, right? But in the case of children's psychology and their mental issues and their highly subjective consciousness, whatever, yeah, you don't respond to that with pills. That's something I fundamentally believe.
Okay, so I'm trying to. So it seems like you would respond to it by pills, though, if it was like a 100% guaranteed situation, right?
It has nothing to do.
Oh, really?
Even if it was a 60% guarantee, the
No,
fact that
I
it's
said
a
100%. If it was a 100%,
but it's irrelevant. 100 is irrelevant. Even maybe in some extreme cases, 15% might suffice.
Okay,
because they're engaging in a physiologically based, not psychological, physiological based, highly self-destructive form of behavior to themselves and others. It's not about the percentage of how much times the pill would work. It is about the nature of the phenomena which needs to be addressed in the first place, which is not psychological in the sense that I'm referring to for other children.
So first of all, if you're using a if the reason they're hitting themselves or doing some type of self-injurious behavior or having thoughts of suicide, if these are if these can
you
be
just weaseled
fixed by
something
like
in.
chemical,
You just weaseled something
if they can be fixed,
you just weaseled something in that's impermissible.
If they're just
weaseled an impermissible thing in. Not if they're having thoughts of suicide. If they are spontaneously and almost involuntarily harming themselves or others, which is something that happens in severe cases of autism and maybe something like Down syndrome or things like that. Okay, but we're not talking about suicidal ideation here.
Okay, we can scratch that and come back to it later. So sure, if someone's having like self-injurious behavior, and if the problems are with like the chemicals in their brain or whatever, and then you give them a pill to regulate their brain chemicals, and it works 90% of the time, and 10% of the time it might make their like bones slightly bigger, but it would like dramatically help with their like life. Do you think that we should give them this pill, or are you kind of against it?
Well, let me address the way you just phrased that in two ways, right? The first one is you said their brain chemicals. That's not the case of these cases that we're talking about are not down to some like arbitrary measurement of brain chemicals. We're talking about physiological difference. There's a physiological difference. For example, people who have Down syndrome have different number of chromosomes. So it's not just a matter of brain chemical difference. They have a very clear, severe physiological difference.
It's not brain
which requires them to be addressed in a different way. So and then second of all, the percent is irrelevant. If they are engaging in behavior in which they cannot be controlled, they cannot control themselves, where they're constantly hitting themselves and others and they need to be sedated, the risk and reward factor has obviously tilted to the point, because this is something, again, not being mediated by consciousness, something that's not highly subjective, but strictly physiological, the risk-reward factor has shifted, just like if you got cancer or if you got some kind of disease, right? But even if you found a study in which you found that 80%, for example, of transgender people will grow up, if they don't do this, to engage in self-injurious behavior, you can't treat it as the same thing, because it's not an involuntarily spontaneous physiological thing. It's something highly subjectivized and mediated psychologically and mediated consciously. So it's in no way comparable.
Do you think that subjective things in which you like mediate consciously, do you think that these things can be operationalized or
no, absolutely. This is the number one prejudice of American psychiatry. And my answer is a resounding no, it can't.
Wait, why not? Like, it seems like you can do
Because
this with
these
all
things
other
are not reducible to their physiological substrates. And if you target their physiological substrates in order to affect the output, you are probably just harming and butchering this person's health, their physical
How do
health.
you know that? Like, it's
Because it's not physiologically reducible. A subject is not physiologically reducible to a chemical.
I know.
Yeah.
Most of
So
these are, like,
you can't
subjective
operationally
things. So what you're-
control someone's subjective conscious experience with chemicals.
Well, no, you're not. Sorry, the word operationalize is to mean like to measure something subjective in an objective way. So instead of like so like something subjective is like walking across the street. So like what does that mean? Like we have to operationalize to figure out how do you like walk across the street. So if you like walk across the street halfway, but then kind of like go off the like crosswalks a bit and then go back on it and then finish, is that walking across the street? Like we have these different types of measurements and we group them in so that we can do like statistical analysis.
Yeah,
Do you think
I
that
don't
that's
think you can
okay?
do so under the paradigm of modern psychiatry and under the paradigm of modern natural science. I don't.
Um,
And the reason
there a reason for
because,
this?
unlike in natural science, you are dealing with an object, which is not just an object. Okay, in natural science, you're just dealing with object. In this case, the observer themselves shares the same subjective position of enunciation, so to speak, as the so-called object.
well, isn't that kind of like doesn't this
Like a
reasoning
scientist
kind of-
falsely objectivizes the other while not taking into account they are just doing they're making a subjective intervention upon another subject in the disguise that it's merely objective.
don't you think that your reasoning here kind of loops back into itself? Like you're saying it sounds like this is what you're saying. I'm not saying you are. I'm trying to get more further clarification. It sounds like what you're saying is that in soft sciences or like social sciences, what they're doing is they're taking subjective material and they're operationalizing it into objective material to study it, and this is bad because it's not objective material. So what's like important about objective material? Am I missing something? Or?
Because they're not the same thing.
I mean, why does that matter towards whether
Because
this
it's
is, like,
not
important or
actually
not?
objective. That's why.
I mean, yeah, but if something highly correlates to like one factor, you can
But
maybe try to
because
like
you
help
haven't
that one.
actually isolated the cause. But if you're treating it as objective,
Yeah,
you're doing a very dangerous
you can
thing.
never isolate the
You're
cause.
treating
in,
the
like, science
cause
things.
as
Even if it's
objective,
objective,
even though it's not.
even if
Practically speaking, you're intervening in such a way so as to treat the cause as something objective by targeting the physiological substrates, when in fact it's not objective. So it's a very dangerous thing you're doing.
wait, okay, even if you're measuring things that objective, you cannot say there is an objective cause. You can never do that in science.
Okay, but
Unless there's, like,
insofar
a
as you are
literal
making an
one-to-one
objective intervention in someone's physiology, that is what you're doing.
Can you say that in different words?
Insofar as the conclusion of such a study is going to allow you to intervene in people's physiological constitution with chemicals and pills and all this kind of shit, you are fucking doing that.
You're doing what?
You are treating it as objective.
Oh.
And you're treating the
that's because
cause
you're-
as
it's
objective.
because you're... Well, no, you're not treating...
Yes, you are. You fundamentally
Well, okay,
are treating the cause as objective.
So if you would... So, like, usually in, like, scientific studies, they always... I don't think they ever say, like, this is the reason this happens, this is the cause 100%.
But it
They're
is
usually like,
practically
well,
and
this is-
operationally implied in the method of treatment.
What does operationally implied mean?
It means in the mission of the way in which the treatment works implies that that is the cause.
But they don't. They don't
Yes,
do that.
it does. The way the treatment
What study
works
does this?
implies that it's the cause.
What study does this? That they imply it's the cause. They
Every single
usually
one
say-
that's relevant to what
they-
you're talking about.
No, they usually say they have a sort of like correlation, and that they should further continue into their studies to figure out if the correlation they
Okay,
can repeat this. This is
Gina,
how science
Gina,
works.
whatever your name is.
Xena. It's like
Xena,
the
whatever
warrior
your name is.
princess. Yeah, sure.
You are not listening to what I'm saying. If
Okay,
this
then can
study
you repeat
is
it?
going to lead you to the conclusion that the solution is we're going to prescribe these pills, you are basically saying what the cause is.
Well, they're saying the solution is to do this because it seems like it's working, and we should keep going in
Yeah,
that direction.
but
to
you don't
figure it
know
out.
what the cause is in the first place.
Yeah, sure. You never
It
do.
just seems
With
like
any
it's working.
scientific study, you
But
don't.
if it just
In
seems,
biology,
hold
you
on, hold on.
don't.
It seems
In
like it's
chemistry, you
working,
don't.
but you don't know what the cause is in actual reality. So
Yeah,
what
that's all
actually are you
science.
doing? You don't
That's
know.
all- are you
This is why they
anti-science?
say you're tampering with something you don't know. It just apparently
Yeah, of
works.
course you don't.
But what are the side effects? What are the long-term implications? What are the
I don't
long-term
know.
results?
That's why we keep
You don't know
studying
these
it.
things
That's why we,
because
that's why
you don't know the cause. But you make it seem like you know the cause when you
we don't-
prescribe the pills in this way.
Nobody
You're
knows
implying
the
you know
cause
the
for
cause
anything.
and you fucking don't.
Have you ever looked at a medication bottle? I'm pretty sure on them they say like, oh, by the way, we don't know if this will help this
Yeah,
specifically. All
yeah,
these side effects.
yeah,
all this.
but
like,
guess what?
Yeah,
Yeah, but guess
that's
what?
for like physical medication as well.
Yeah, but like I said, in all
My
modern
dad has
science,
that
it's
on
a
his,
matter.
diabetes
Okay,
shit.
first of all, listen. We are talking about the so-called social science, not the hard science, which is what
Hard
medication
sciences
is
do
dealing
these
with.
as well. Hard sciences do these as well. All science does this.
But it's not the
Science.
same because in that case, you are operating under a paradigm of how human physiology works. How you understand how the psychological sphere works is entirely different.
I mean, that's
Because
why you
it's not
say how you measure it
unlike
out.
in the
This is why
case
we
of
have,
the
like, methods,
unlike
sections,
in the
and
case
studies
of the hard physiological
can-
medical sciences where there are attributable causes and effects, or at
No,
least
there
apparent
aren't.
causes and
No,
effects.
there aren't. Can you show me a study that is of the hard sciences and like biology or chemistry that that say like this causes this? Can you like 100%?
Well, obviously those exist.
they don't do that.
Yeah, they do. Obviously, they'll
Not
say
usually.
this causes this reaction, this causes this result. Obviously, they do that.
I'm pretty sure they.
Obviously,
don't.
they say this causes this adverse reaction most of the time, or for this
Oh
percentage
yeah,
of the
yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah. Most of the time, yeah, sure. They might say like this has a correlative factor.
No, they don't
of,
say correlate. They
this
say it causes.
No, they don't. The first thing you learn in every single science like department is correlation doesn't equal causation.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that these hard sciences don't deal with causation. They do. They demonstrably do.
But they don't.
Yes, they do. Just
Um,
because they reject the view that correlation is causation doesn't mean they don't seek to discover the actual causes of things.
Yeah, sure.
In their
But
studies.
yeah, exactly. They do seek causation, but that doesn't mean they say.
What you're talking
it's
about is
causation.
absolute. You're talking about epistemology, whether it's absolutely known if this is the cause. And obviously, they don't
What are you
claim that,
talking about,
but they
right?
still
You're
are
saying
saying it's
it's
the
not
cause.
absolutely known,
They
then it
still
could be
do.
this,
It's
could
the
be this,
cause. They
could be
still
this,
do
could be
make pretense to the
this.
objective
And it seems
cause.
like, so I'm pretty sure you're saying that like the main point is that we don't know everything. It could have this side effect. It could have this side effect. It
Yeah,
could have
and
this
what
side
they'll
effect.
say is that the
Yeah,
risk reward is
all
this.
science.
They talk
Yeah,
about,
sure.
listen,
The risk,
it's
reward,
risk and reward.
situation. Sure, the risk and reward and
Right, but the
situation
reason it's risk and reward is listen,
suicidal
the reason it's risk and reward is because you can't deal with it just by thinking, as far as we know. Maybe we'll get to a point where we can master some kind of ancient wisdom or spirituality where we can do that.
Yeah, that'd be
But
great.
for now, if you have, for example, if you have a bacterial infection inside of you, you take a Z-Pack or something, and you don't even know what you're doing in your body, really. You really don't know. But if you want to stop that infection from getting way worse and killing you, you just take the pill, and that's what happens. But when it comes to something that's psychologically and mediated, consciously mediated, highly subjective, when you're treating the cause of that in the same way, you're doing something very dangerous.
Well, you're doing that the same way, and
Because
like, with
you are
Over the
withdrawing
counter just
from
means that, like-
you are withdrawing from and abandoning your basic human subjectivity and objectivizing you at your most fundamental level.
any type of non over the counter medication is going to be more risky. That's why they don't put it over the counter, and you have to go through like
Okay,
different medical professionals. to
Zena,
get
it has nothing to do with whether it's risky. When I say you're doing a very dangerous thing, I'm saying you're engaging in a fundamental act
of denying your own subjectivity, more or less.
How is it dangerous?
How's it dangerous? Because you're
not
doing things to yourself. You're doing things to yourself which are not only known in terms of their effect and so on, but there is no clear relationship between the so-called psychological result, the subjective result, and what you're doing to yourself.
There's usually pretty high causation
No.
in these studies. Well, yeah, that's why they conclude that like we should try to continue doing this thing. It's because it has a correlation.
Yeah,
of
but you
over,
don't know what's happening in that case. You don't actually know what's happening. It apparently works, right?
Well,
But you
yeah,
don't
it could
actually
be, like,
know what's
placebo,
happening.
I guess, but like, I mean, you don't know what's happening in every single scenario. We could say that.
Yeah,
but,
but here's the difference. Since it's
scenario-
something consciously
But
and
in this
subjectively
scenario-
mediated, right? You're not dealing with it on the terms of its actual existence and expression in the form of subjectively and psychologically and so on. You're not dealing with the phenomena in the cradle of its actual essence. You're dealing with it like it's an objective, natural, scientific phenomena that's reducible to that, rather than, for example, addressing it at the surface level. So in this case, the correct thing to do, for example, would be to focus on the symptom and not look for a physical cause. Just focus on the symptom.
Yeah, so it seems
That's
like
what, for example, psychoanalysis
Can
does.
you let me
Psychoanalysis focuses on the symptom. It doesn't look for the actual physical
Oh, wait.
cause.
Are you done?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I did. You just didn't let me before. Yeah. So I think we were talking about like what's the difference between the subjective consciousness, like the subjective, or we're not measuring subjectivity. You record the subjectivity and then you measure it through.
Do you record the
operational
recording of the subjectivity and then measure the recording of the measurement? Because it's an infinite recursion. You know that, right?
What?
This is the
no,
basic
it's-
kind of German idealist Kantian paradox. What you're talking about is an infinite
you're saying-
recursion. You can't
look-
draw a real line between objective and subjective
You're saying
when the
about-
object is subjective. You
Okay,
can't
let's
draw a
not
clear
use.
line.
Okay. Please don't go down this like what's it called?
No,
like
I insist
hyper-
on going down this road. You have come to a place in which this is a place of enlightenment, not the place of Anglo-Box. This is a place where we do talk about Kant, Hegel, all these things, to take
Okay.
seriously all issues and all matters. Where I'm not getting trapped in your dumbass Anglo-Box. This is not university. This is not medical school. This-
If we're talking about,
I can mute you. You know I can just mute you, right?
I mean, you can mute. I mean, you can mute me if you really don't want to hear what I'm trying to say.
If I don't want you to go F, do that shit again, I'll mute you.
Okay. So if we're talking about,
And stop trying to sound like Destiny.
Okay.
And no, you
if-
say okay just like he does too.
Okay. So if we're talking
Okay.
about subjectivity,
Okay.
so if we're talking about subjectivity versus objectivity, and we're trying to show the difference between these, and then you bring up an argument in which you say, "Oh, well, you see, it's an infinite recursion of what
Yeah.
is subjective, what is objective." It seems like we kind of like break the whole system, and we were arguing under a like a premise already, like of like how we were understanding these concepts, but it kind of seemed like you broke the concepts, and we have to go back and fix them. So that's why I was not wanting to go down that path, because it seems like what happens is like we were already working with like a pretty well understood like difference between what is subjective, what is objective, and then you kind of just like broke that. It's okay if you want to go down that road to.
Let's go
determine-
down it. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, so let's go down it.
Okay, sure. So I'm guessing I would say subjective is usually something that you can't like physically measure, that you usually have
No.
to. Okay, well, what would you say subjective?
You
is?
can't really physically measure dark matter, or most things in quantum mechanics, modern physics, are not physically measured. They're just based on mathematics. So I would not agree with that definition of subjective.
I mean, can't you like? Okay, so what's your definition of subjective then?
Yeah, subjective concerns the very position of the enunciation of the subject, the embodied subject, and the conscious being, who is intervening in the natural world, the natural so-called object of natural science, in such a way so as to measure it, so as to quantify it, and so on and so on. And the reason we draw this Cartesian distinction after modernity is because we draw a fine line between us, our consciousness, I, who I am, my identity, my selfhood, and all this kind of stuff. We draw a distinction between this, the observer, the subject, the conscious being, and the world outside of us, which is apparently outside of our consciousness and outside of our subjectivity, and which is therefore treated, according to modern science, as a kind of dead thing, something that's not a person, not a subject, not something with thoughts, not something which reflects upon itself and has the quality of self-reflexivity. Okay, so for example, a stone does not reflect upon what is a stone, who is a stone, what does the stone do. It's just a stone, right? That's all it is. So an object is a strict cause of the subject.
Okay, I'm gonna try to summarize this because said a lot of words. I'm just trying to.
No, you're
make
not
sure I'm saying
educated.
it.
That's the issue.
Okay, yeah. So I'm trying to get you to educate me. So that's why I'm restating the sentence in my own words so I can understand it, so we can continue with the conversation. Can I do that?
Go ahead.
Okay, sure. So, I'm guessing you're saying that like subjective is something that you can't observe with your consciousness.
No.
While objective is
No.
okay. So, can you say it in a way you would think I would understand?
Yes, I'll say it one more time.
Okay.
It has
a
nothing
way-
to do with, it's not about whether you can observe it or not. It's about whether you can externalize it and objectify it in the first place and embody it as a thing that is outside of you or outside of the sphere of discursive, intercommunicative rationality, if you want to go down Habermas, whatever you want to call it. It is something you can externalize into a thing.
It's something what do you mean by externalize?
Something outside of the realm of consciousness, language, subjectivity, and so on and so on, and agency, and so on and so on.
So it's outside the realm of
Thought, consciousness, subjectivity.
Wait. Okay. If it's outside the thought, like you can't think about it, that's subjective?
If it is something that is not for itself, it's only for you. Does it make sense better? It's only in itself, like a rock. It's not for you. It's not for itself. You are the subject for whom it appears, or it appears to be relevant or significant or whatever. Like, you know the word subject in grammar, right? It's pretty much the same thing we're talking about. A rock would be the object, you would be the subject, because the rock imposes its significance, its relevance for your sphere of experience for you. In itself, you don't have any business with that rock. But you are the thing, you are what the rock is for, as far as your world of meaning is concerned. The rock exists for you. And when what it is in and of itself is not relevant to you.
And that's not relevant to me because I can't know if the rock exists?
It's not relevant to you because insofar as you make it relevant, you become the subject of the manner by which you interact with it or think about it or deal with it.
With the rock?
Yeah. Insofar as you make this rock an object of your concern, you are the subject of the rock.
So, what do you mean by concern?
If you think about it, interact with it, or make it concern yourself with it in any capacity.
So, if I think about the rock, that means the rock is subjective?
You are the subject. The manner by
So
which
I am
you are
subjective?
you are engaging in a subjective process. You are thinking about a rock. A rock doesn't think about itself because it's an object. A rock doesn't think about you, as far as you're concerned, at least, because there's no language that mediates any relationship between you and the rock.
Okay, I understand. It just clicked. Okay, cool. So, so how can we translate these concepts to what we were talking about earlier?
Well, you're the one who wanted to clarify the difference between subjective and objective.
Well, yeah, that's because it seems like
Okay,
you were...
let's translate it then.
Okay,
If
sure.
you are taking a given psychological phenomena, a given psychological, subjectively, linguistically, consciously mediated phenomena in reality, and treating it like an object, isolating it as an object, for example, at that
Wait.
moment,
Oh, are you just against like Western forms of medicine?
no,
Where they
no,
kinda, like,
I'm advocating right now. Ultimately, my position is not relevant.
the-
But for, let's say, devil's advocate, I'm just advocating for a normal modernist position on the question of modern science. You are beyond the shadow realm of you are beyond the threshold of what I would consider sanity with the way you're describing it. I consider the modern science's progression into trying to treat the subjective phenomena as a objective natural scientific phenomena to be a form of civilizational madness, right? But insofar as we're going before this neoliberal period or whatever, yeah, the basic modern position is that there's a difference between a subject and an object. Subjects are rationally, discursively mediated beings through language and through thought and so on and so on. And the objective natural world is something outside of us. The minute you start to treat human being as an object outside of us in this kind of way, you engage in a type of barbarism. That's the modern Western position. Of which we have
I don't
departed
really
from
care.
significantly.
I don't really care if it's the modern Western position. But like, okay, so, what does this have to do with the like? What does this have to do with the overall point? It seems like what we were talking about before was you had a problem.
You
with...
are trying to address a psychological, mental, subjective phenomena in an objective way.
How else would you treat it?
Of course, subjectively.
But how do you measure something subjectively?
You don't measure it. That's the thing. You don't measure
So how do you treat
someone's
something
how can you
subjectively?
measure an individual experience? You can't.
Yeah, if you like objectively measure it, that's fine. But like, okay, so
you can't
how
measure
do you treat
someone's
people?
actual subjective
How do you
experience.
make any studies off of subjective experiences then?
That's why I think modern psychology is all bullshit. Throw it in the garbage.
Oh, okay. I get
Yeah,
it.
throw it in the dumpster, all of it. Burn it all like they burned, like the Mongols sacked the Library of Baghdad, like Julius Caesar accidentally destroyed the Library of Alexandria.
Fahrenheit
Burn, destroy all of it.
Fahrenheit 451. Yeah, okay.
Of course.
Got it. Yeah, okay. And so you're saying that you just can't give a objective reason for a subjective experience?
No.
And what's the reason?
At least if we're in the realm of modern science, no.
Yes. Well, I mean, you can do it.
If we
like,
operate from the
physically
basic
possible.
Cartesian distinction, which is the founding of modern natural science and the medical field and everything, no, you can't.
What do you mean? No, you. I mean, I can.
Can
do
you
it.
measure love? Measure love for me.
You can. Okay,
Yeah.
sure. You can go ahead and give people a survey, and then
Yeah.
you can say, "Hey, have you felt in love before?" And then they can mark yes or no, and you mark those
Okay.
numbers down as 1 and 2, and then you can start putting this on
So
graphs.
your
Maybe
so your
they would-
inputs and your outputs are basically what are they going to output on the survey. So for example, the way you would interact with that operationally would be, you would produce a different. Oh, this time they said no, they didn't love their mother, right? You're not actually addressing the core of their experience though, in any kind of way. You know how you
Yeah,
would address
you
the
can.
core of their experience? You'd say, let's talk about your mother. That's what Freud said. He said, sit down, let's talk about your mother. Let's walk through your experience as a child. Let's actually explore that. Let's not treat it as a static, objectified output because we're lazy and we don't actually care about people's inner experience. We just care about the extent to which they comprise phenomenal impressions on our horizon of experience. You're basically saying, oh, get this phenomena. You're just treating the phenomeno's output, not actually addressing its actual essence or its actual real cause.
Well, measuring the output is how we figure out. If
no, it's not. Because listen, this is why Americans are fucked up in the head. You are intervening and manipulating all of the output. No, listen.
Anything.
You people of the medical establishment, you are manipulating everyone's output because you're sick of people complaining and whining, and you're doing it to such a point that you give them all these pills and they become zombies. Oh, the output's fine. But inside, deep inside, in their subjective experience, they are screaming. And then when they go and commit suicide, you go, huh? Well, we gave them all the pills and we did all this. Huh, I wonder why they went and committed suicide. Because you didn't even fucking interact with them in a human way. You treated them as a fucking object, and you just gave them a bunch of fucking pills to solve their fucking problems because you were sick of the phenomenal output without concerning yourself in any critical capacity whatsoever for the real cause.
So, I'm not a psychiatrist, by the way.
Yeah, but the medical establishment, and your consensus has led to the so-called crisis of mental health we are now experiencing in America.
I mean,
I blame you.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. So, yeah. So I think what you have a problem is people measuring things in an objective way, but I'm
measuring
not sure.
Subjective things.
Yeah, in an objective way. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry. So, how do you measure things in a subjective way? And if you can't, which I'm guessing
you don't measure it. Measurement implies quantification.
Sure. So how do you know
interaction?
How do you know if a treatment for?
I'll explain to you how it works.
How do you know if a treatment for a subjective problem is helping?
You cannot treat a subjective problem from the perspective of medical natural science. You can't. I would say go seek religion. Go seek psychoanalysis. Go seek spirituality. That's how I would respond to it. And let me tell you why. Here's where the line begins and ends.
Wait.
When you are talking about how to subjectively help someone, you're implying two things. You're dealing with two things. Let's say there's someone who's fucking miserable with life, and I want to treat them, right? There's two things that are being implied here. One, I'm assuming a state of subjective happiness, a baseline norm, and I'm saying, you know what, this person's miserable, but they could be happy. Because I know happiness, I've experienced happiness. Why don't I try to interact with them in a way so they could see what I'm able to see, right? That's one. So you are assuming a premise that happiness is possible as a human being. That's an extremely subjective, spiritual, whatever you want to call assumption. Because what if from a philosophical perspective, what if the miserable person is right and they're actually true? What if they're correct? What if there is no meaning to the world? That if we are honest with ourselves about what our place in the universe and in the cosmos is, we should be fucking miserable. There are philosophers who have written that the only honest thing humanity can do is collectively commit suicide, right? This is up for contention that must be dealt with spiritually and philosophically. It's not a given. You can't just assume that people should be happy or people should be okay. So that's one of the ways it's subjectively loaded. The second thing you're going to be assuming is that you can communicate with them in such a way that as a human being, as a subject, you are basically the same as them. That you, like them, are human, and that even though you don't know them, you are living in the same world as them, living in the same universe as them, and sharing the same subjective, discursive, rational, whatever you want, space as them. You're not some scientist, in other words, who's above them, who's going to solve their problems and cure them magically. You are no different than them. You're just another fucking guy, right? You're going to communicate them, get on their level, and they're going to come to an understanding that you are just like them, and vice versa, and so on. So you're going to work with them in a way that is mutually imperiling both your subjectivities. You're not going to be a scientist sitting in his ivory tower who's just assuming that his subjectivity is safeguarded and unaltered, and he's just going to treat this person like an experiment.
I don't think
You,
so.
as the person intervening in this person's life, you're going to put your skin in the game. You're going to put your own heart on the line too, right?
Yeah,
That's what it means to help a friend in need. When you have a friend in need who's suicidal and depressed, you don't go up to them like you're an impartial scientist who doesn't, who's outside. You're going to say, look, dude, I get it. I understand. I'm miserable too. And then you give them words of encouragement. You do things like that. You be a human being who's able to get on their human level. Those are the two things you have to be assuming when you're talking about subjectively treating someone. Things like quantification, things like measurement, that kind of shit doesn't fucking figure into it.
Wait, okay. So, how do we figure out if these types of subjective ways of treating subjective measurements? How do we figure out if these things are
What
working?
the fuck did you just say? Subjective ways of treating subjective measurements. What the fuck
So
does that mean?
if you have a therapy,
There are no measurements. There are no measurements. Subjective
like,
or
a
objective,
therapy-
whatever that means.
if you
Subjective.
have it-
There's no
if you have it-
measurements.
Can I speak? So if you have a person who's going through a really tough time, and you're trying to be there for a friend, and then it's like, oh, cool. Maybe this helps them. Would it not help this person? How do we know?
You
Do you
don't
think,
know.
maybe we should.
That's the
Yeah, sure.
contingency of a subjectivity.
Yeah,
You
we don't know. So is there? Because I think there's a way that we can know.
No.
It's if we combine these experiences. So let's
No.
say this person had this experience, this person had this experience,
No.
this person had this
Absolutely
experience.
not.
We're all kind of human.
There is
It
no
makes sense, just like
mutual
people-
subjective interaction in that case whatsoever.
You don't think we can ever make
You are
comparisons
trying
between
to-
people?
You are trying to
Mm,
foreclose a mutually subjective experience and substitute it with taking the sum total of subjective experiences and producing an objective result. And you can't do that.
I mean, you can.
No, you can't. By definition, you can't.
Pretty sure. Wait, can you repeat it? Hello?
So, can I repeat it? No, I'm not gonna fucking repeat it. I'm sick of you asking me to repeat shit that I've been trying so fucking hard for you to understand something so fucking simple. You're treating it as objective, but it is actually not objective.
Wait. You're not okay. You're not treating.
You can treat it
subjective.
like it's objective,
You're not-
but
you're
in
not
reality, it's not.
You're
If
not
you agree,
treating- you're not-
where is the objectivity then in that
Okay, so you're
formula?
not treating the subjectivity with an objective statement. If you're going through a therapeutic approach, you would be measuring it in objective standards, which isn't that isn't you interacting with the human at that point. You would be doing this as a sort
Listen,
of analysis.
from the perspective of modern science, not the monster that is outgrown that lives now. Modern science is in the Cartesian modern science. So-called psychological health begins and ends when you say as a human being, I am no different than you. I don't know something objectively that you don't know, but I have found a way to understand the wisdoms and the trials and tribulations of reality. Let's say I'm your father, I'm your grandfather, that can help you. Or I'm someone in your life, whatever. But ultimately, I don't have knowledge in the sense of modern science, which is going to solve your problem. We're all here. I don't know something you don't fucking know, right? We're all here sharing the same.
Maybe you do.
We are all here. No, you don't. Not in the sense of
You probably
objective
had different
scientific knowledge.
experiences than me, right?
We are all here experiencing reality in real time. I don't know something in terms of someone's spiritual, psychological, conscious predicament that they don't know in the sense of the knowledge relevant to modern science. I'm here just like you're here. I'm dealing with the fundamental torsion, the fundamental cut at the heart of being that gives rise to self-reflexivity and subjectivity. The fundamental melodrama of human being, of human ontology. I am also at the mercy of that, just like you are. We have, in this sense, the same problem. Okay? I don't have a solution to the problem you don't have, because I have the same problem, and the only thing we can do is I have learned to come to peace with this problem in a specific way, right? But I don't I haven't found a way to abstract myself from this problem that is subject-object division.
Okay. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Would you say you're a confident person?
Okay.
Would you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would too. So like, if you are trying to explain, like, let's say someone, like a close friend comes to you, and they say, hey, well, I'm not feeling very confident. I need a solution. Would you say, well, this is a subjective experience. I could never know what you're facing.
What?
And I could,
No.
you know, this is something that
You
you
literally
know,
listen.
really treat with like any type of other situations or anything. Or
Are you?
would
No.
go off
I
your
want to ask
past
a question. Open
experiences
question. No.
and the
Open
knowledge
question.
you know.
Yeah.
and the
You're
knowledge
so
you
smart.
know.
By the way, you're so smart. Open question.
Okay.
Are you? And maybe I'm not doing this to make fun of you. I mean, I don't make assumptions.
Oh, no.
Do you have like a physiological impairment that doesn't allow you to like communicate
one,
with
dude.
people
Yeah,
or like
sure.
understand what people say? Do you have like a language disability problem? Anything like that I should be aware of before I let's talk about this? Because I'm pretty sure I remember saying pretty clearly that language is what mediates the common mutually subjective experience between subjects. So no, you don't say, oh, I could never know. You get on their fucking level and say, oh, what's going on? Why don't you have confidence? How do I give my own fucking check? That's the worst example you could have given. You go by example, and if there's still a barrier, a fundamental barrier that you can't, like the reason why you have objective natural science is because there's a barrier. I can talk to a rock all I fucking want. There's some kind of barrier that can't be bridged, right? Now, if you're a humanist, whatever barrier is going on between you and another human being, you're going to try the hardest you can, if you're a friend, to cross that barrier. If you fail, you bring your friend to someone else and you keep trying. And you bring them to a holy person, you bring them to a sheikh, you bring them to a priest, you bring them to somebody. And someone who's smarter than you to talk about them. But ultimately, the truth is, you have the same problem that they do. And listen, most of the time, how it works is if you have a depressed friend, most of the time is that the person can't help their friend, because if they were honest with themselves, they're no better. They would also be depressed too. It's just they're too stupid to realize it, right? If you come from a perspective, for example, of psychoanalysis or psychology, something like this, then it's going to be different because you have acquired an interest in these things because you are yourself trying to cope and deal with this pathologies. Or it can even be religion, right? So. If you're a very spiritual person, you say, oh, I understood where you were. That's why I adopted religion. That's how Jesus saved my fucking life and prevented me from fucking... I'm not me personally, but I've talked to so many fucking people who are coming from that place. Jesus saved my fucking life. If it wasn't for Jesus, I would have fucking killed myself. So many people have told me that, right? So everybody has the same problem, basically. Not the same form of this problem, but nobody's above somebody else where they're going to act like there's some kind of a lab coat scientist who has some kind of objective
above
insight.
Anybody else, but some people are more like experienced, just like you said, right?
Experienced in what? These scientists you are talking about are spiritual pygmies. They're not experienced in anything. What? If I went and fucked their wife, they would cry and break down entirely. Don't tell me these scientists are experienced people. They're experienced in nothing that concerns the fundamental wisdom of human experience. Now, they're experienced in going to school and being eggheads and writing shit on their clipboard and whatever the fuck they're doing, but they are not experienced in the sense of fundamental human experience. Don't give me that bullshit. My fucking grandma more experienced than scientists.
Okay, so... do you think your grandma is more experienced on something that maybe she hasn't read a lot about, versus like a person who's read a lot about a subject, talked to a lot of people on the subject, has like done a lot of like...
Okay, listen, Destiny clone number 5444, which you seem to not fucking understand, right? And your Destiny voice is so fucking annoying, by the way. What we are talking about, you're not just talking about reading something. That something is something fundamentally subjective. So don't get it twisted and try to weasel your way into making this innocuous. Say, oh, do you think that maybe a nuclear scientist knows more about your grandma than how to operate a nuclear reactor? Yeah, obviously, but we're not talking about the same fucking things here, are we?
Sure.
To stay
so
on
if we're
topic.
talking about how to best help trans people. Let's say like trans people are really struggling with like their identity. They're saying, "Hey,
Listen, you know what? Here's what I
I'm
believe.
really-
If you're an adult, you do whatever the fuck you want. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you see fit. I'm not gonna bother you. But
Okay.
I'm against you pushing this on children.
I wouldn't want to push it on children."
I'm against you putting hormones on children, manipulating with children's sexuality, giving them hormone blockers and puberty blockers that are going to permanently alter them for life.
hormone-
You know, there
it
could be a
doesn't
guy.
permanently alter
What if
them.
there's a little boy? He was destined to grow up with a really big beard, really strong muscles, super
really
tall, really
think
big
that's
manly
the-
man. You give him these blockers, then he regrets it, and then for the rest of his life, he's gonna be more feminine, right? And you just took something
maybe,
away
but then,
that he'll
maybe
never
he
get
gets some
back.
Testosterone. I don't know. Like,
No, you took away for something from him. He will never get back.
well, that's what he wanted, right?
He was too stupid to know what he wanted because he was a fucking
that's-
7-year-old
Yeah,
child.
sure.
Because he
So
was a
that's why you
7-year-old
go-
child.
that's why
He
you
was
go
too
to-
stupid
that's why
to
you
know
go
what he
to-
wanted.
That's why you go to. That's why you go to a therapist and. try
Fuck
to
the
figure out if-
therapist. Where's the therapist fucking know? Even doctors don't know
therapist
shit. I went to the fucking doctor once about a fucking something stuck up my fucking nose. He said, "Oh, there's nothing in your nose, nothing in your nose." I blew it out. There was something in my fucking nose. Even you acting like these people know
This is
everything
an
in the fucking
anecdote,
world,
by the
and they
way.
don't.
This is a personal example, and that's not like a.
There's plenty of examples of plenty of
there's
people
plenty
who
of
know.
personal examples.
Even
However,
fucking
in
doctors
the
don't
data
know
that
it
we've
all.
studied,
Even
the data that
fucking
we've studied-
physical doctors know
data
it all.
that
You
we've
think a
studied-
therapist
in the
has
data-
unlocked the secrets of the human mind? Even fucking doctors don't even know how our body works, but we still do it anyway because we have to. But when it comes to our mental, subjective space, you understand modern science rests upon the assumption that my body is different from my head, my consciousness, my soul. My body breaks, so I go to the doctor, fix my body. When you're targeting the inner experience of consciousness and subjectivity with pills and shit, you are violating someone's humanity at its most visceral level when they're a fucking child.
Okay.
And gender identity is one of those things that are inner visceral experience. You are altering with something of a child. They don't know anything. That's a child. A child doesn't know anything. And you're going to fucking make a decision, a life-altering decision that's going to impact them for the rest of their life? Hell no.
I haven't seen any information that shows it would.
Yeah, you're a robot. You're a robot.
Well,
You're a
I mean,
robot. You're
I'm a
coping,
robot?
pretending to listen. You've trained yourself to talk
Okay.
like Destiny and talk like a robot because this is how you cope with the. This is how you cope with life. To be a robot, this impartial, robotic type of person, I see right past you, Xena. I see right past your robotic facade. I see right past your robotic facade. You're an emotional
the
person.
person-
You're gonna break down and cry in times
You're
in
the
your life.
person-
You're not some robotic Destiny type of person. You sorry, you're not. You
Are
do
you-
that because it makes you feel powerful. It makes you feel elevated. It makes you feel above the world. You're not above the world. You below the world.
Okay. Wait. By you
Okay.
saying I'm below. By you saying I'm below the world, doesn't that make you feel like you're above the world, and that's what you're trying to do with your
Except
audience?
it's
right now?
true. Except it's true.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So how much Destiny have you watched?
I watched him back in 2018, but I don't know how that has to do with any of the
Because
validity.
you
of
learned
the-
all his ways of talking.
Okay, well, it sounds like you've watched a lot of Hassan.
How?
Have you like?
I didn't watch a lot. I didn't watch that much of Hassan. What about
Yeah,
John
that's-
Zerka? Because that's the guy I'm most familiar with, John Zerka.
Oh.
But even them, I don't copy
okay.
him with
Well, it
such a
sounds like you
one-to-one.
copy a lot of
People
the
have said
points that
my
John Zerka
cadence.
makes,
No, people
right?
have said sometimes my cadence resembles him.
Kinda
But
sounds
you
like
are
him.
100% Destiny in every way you speak.
But
There's
you're
nothing about you
100%
that's
John
original.
Zerka in every way you speak.
I'm 100% what?
John Zerka.
Really? Am I?
Yeah, 100%.
Really? 100%?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not. That's a cope. That's
Okay.
a cope. You even try to laugh like Destiny. What is wrong with you? You're like a skin crawler. You're walking around in Destiny's skin. You're like it's like you want to be Destiny himself.
I mean, not really. I share
You're creepy. You're literally creepy.
You know he's his own person, right? You're an over-excited fan. You're an overly enthusiastic fan. And you
Dude,
might
I'm
even be like
trying
that
to come
Stephen
on here and
King.
debate you.
I tell Destiny worried for these people because you see to be like that Stephen King movie where you're gonna capture him. What's that movie where the fan captures the author? What's that movie, guys? What's that movie? Everybody knows that movie. She captures the author.
Well, let's hope you're never in a room with Bonzo.
Misery. That's what's gonna. Destiny better watch
You
out
can-
because I fear for
you
him.
can keep like insulting me and stuff.
But of all the people to
if you wanna
copy,
go back
why
to the
Destiny?
argument, I'd love to, but
Because
you
you
wanna
are
just
a
insult me.
robotic, broken record. You keep saying things I've already addressed. You're not moving past what's already been addressed and addressing it in a new way. You're just saying the same thing you did before.
Okay, you've literally said that like you can't treat any type of subjective science. This is a pretty crazy claim. So I'm
We
trying
live in a
to-
crazy world. Don't worry.
Okay. So I'm trying to
There's no subjective science. All soft science is bullshit. It's not science. I think that this is what I believe. Here's what I believe. All non-STEM education, all non-STEM hardcore science education should not only be bankrupted, destroyed, abolished, and so on, but in a legal way, ceremoniously by the government. The government will do it, ceremoniously bulldozed and burned
It's
down.
really corrupt to me personally.
Huh?
That sounds really corrupt to me.
And all the people who are peddling these false they should all be thrown in jail. That's what I believe too.
Dude, I love just taking away people's freedom of speech. Hell yeah.
I agree. I think that's because our freedom of speech
Awesome.
has led to the abuse of children, so I want to protect children.
Okay. Do you have any evidence showing that there is some type of abuse towards children?
Why? Hold on. This is so silly. This is what Lacan calls the discourse of the university. Why do you demand objective evidence
John
when you
Zarka.
know very well that I qualify giving children hormonal blockers a form of abuse? Why do you need evidence? There is nothing empirically in dispute
Wait, you
right
think
now.
that's abuse? Why
There
that
is
abuse?
nothing empirically in dispute right now. Nothing
Wait,
is
yeah,
empirically speaking in
well,
dispute. You look
yeah,
at one
true.
thing, like for example,
Well,
you see
well, okay,
Vosh's.
so you're
For
assuming-
example, it's not empirically in dispute that Vosh is saying pedo shit, but you just deny it's pedo shit, right? So you don't have to say what is the
Wait.
evidence. You have to say why are you calling it pedo shit. You don't need this copium of a
Well,
evidence
I didn't
is
know
your
what you were
copium.
meaning.
You got evidence.
didn't know
You
what
got
you meant.
evidence. You got evidence.
I didn't know what you.
You got evidence.
So I didn't know what you meant by child abuse, but now
You
now
have
I-
evidence. You didn't
now
know what I meant by child
communicate.
abuse.
Yeah, I asked it.
You have evidence. You asked it.
I mean, aren't you streaming this?
You have evidence that you just asked me the question, are you streaming?
Look, it's getting late. I'd love to talk to you again.
Do you
but
have
I think
any
just gonna do this.
evidence that it's getting late?
Um,
And do you have any evidence that you consider it good to
Like-
talk to me?
if you're just gonna keep doing this,
Do you have any
okay.
evidence of what I'm gonna keep doing? No,
I,
let's shift to Vosh's.
I understand.
let's
I
shift
understand
to
if you
your
wanna
defense. I
talk
just got
about,
told.
Vosh
Hold on.
pedophilia or whatever.
Yeah, I
know
just
you
got
really
told
wanna,
you defend Vosh's pedophilia. So let's talk
all
about
that
that.
type of stuff. I don't know if you're gonna keep doing this type of. Well, I mean, do you have any evidence? I don't know, dude.
Well, let's talk about your defense of Vosh's pro pedo takes.
Pro pedo takes.
Yeah, you defended them before, right?
I think I said I'm pretty sure that a lot of the clips that people were posting were taken out of context, and I don't think he
Wait,
said
they were
anyone
taken out of
pedophilia.
context from the Discord?
Yeah, people were posting clips.
Okay, yeah. Situate their context properly.
Sure. So I'm pretty sure there was a clip. I'd have to look back on it. I'm pretty sure there was a clip that said, Vosh was saying I think it's totally okay for people to have or people to use child pornography for some type of value to be gained in society. He said this type of claim, but the thing was, it cut off right there. And the rest of the claim was, if we are going to allow different types of what are they called? Like things you produce. Things you produce. If we're going to allow different types of things you produce and like buy, if we're going to allow these types of things to be made by children in like child labor places. So he was trying to like compare it to that. It was a really like bad comparison. It sounds really bad, but like
hold on.
clip out of context.
But Vosh knows that there's no way. We already are having.
Look, I'm not that.
Hold on. We are already consuming computers and all that kind of stuff. So the only meaning that Vosh could be saying is, we should just allow. We may as well allow it if we're gonna continue to consume
he was
computers.
Anti both. So he was anti. He was trying to give an argument against. I think he was talking about like a vegan discussion, and he was saying like. He was talking to like a vegan, and he was saying like the hypocrisy of a situation in which someone would say, "I'm not going to."
Yeah, but that's a pro pedo porn take, right? He's defending pedo porn in context. Now, ultimately, he may believe. Ultimately, he may claim that he's
that's the rape of children, right?
No. Ultimately, he may believe that in the Big Rock Candy Mountain there shouldn't be any. But insofar as we live in this fallen, depraved world, we may as well have it, right? And here's what's interesting is that what about the other clip where he just straight up said there's nothing morally wrong with it?
I'd have to see the clip.
You want to watch it right now?
I'm not super well read on this.
Yeah, do you want to watch it now?
Yeah, can you like share your screen?
Yeah, we're gonna go on it. Do it right now. Peter Wiley. Wow.
So my original claim that I made was I don't think he said anything like pedophilic.
Someone in the Discord, link it to me. So Voss created a community of clips.
In the Discord.
I'm going to show you a few of these. I'm going to show you a few of these actually. There's actually a lot. So we're going to just see some, not all. There's way more than this, right? But
okay, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the point of this is. Like,
yeah, sure. I just want to see if this was all taken out of context.
Okay, sure. I mean, like, I don't know what, I'm not, like, a huge Vosh viewer person, so I'm not going to know every single, like, clip or whatever.
Sure. Yeah, we're going to see, right? We're going to see if this holds up. So let's look at Vosh, and I'm going to mute my mic, and I'm going to give you a chance to watch.
Okay.
CP is free. If you're
Can you pause it if I say pause?
No, there's a delay.
Not paying for child pornography, then there is no argument in favor.
It wouldn't be a delay if you're streaming it.
Can you shut up so we can? You're interrupting it.
You're not streaming it.
Yes, I am. There's a fucking delay.
Wait, no, there isn't. If you share your screen, there's no delay.
I'm not gonna share my stream. I'm just gonna stream it. Just watch the Twitch.
I thought you were going to share it on the the Discord.
Just watch it on Twitch, so the audience can see too.
Wait, wouldn't it be easier to just have like your YouTube like tab and then go to your share screen thing on Discord and then share it so that we can watch it in real time?
No, just do this.
Okay, let me open up your stream. Just a second.
There's gonna be a delay.
Okay, I have to open up your stream. I think it's gonna give me another ad.
CP is free.
Yep.
If you're not paying for child pornography, then there is no argument in favor of morally condemning people who get it.
I would not say that it is unethical for a person to purchase child pornography. It's just morally neutral. It's not ethical and it's not unethical.
Should consuming child porn be legal? I think that would be, yes, more legal and more ethically consistent. Yes.
Wait, didn't it like cut off right there in the clip?
You want me to play it again?
Didn't it cut off right there?
You know the context for why he said that?
Oh shit. I mean, I don't know the exact context, but I do know it's cut off. Like, you could, I mean,
All right,
Look,
let me
I'm not
ask
gonna
you.
take this, like,
Let me ask you. I don't even know if I can put this
whole
on
clip of the
shows on
conversation,
Twitch.
that's
Let me read you something from Vosh's Discord. If you need the evidence, I can send it to you. From on Disney. Can you tell me the context of this, where this would be permissible? Well, wait. If the sex bot is just a toy, then why does it matter if an adult fucks a kid robot?
So, I mean, he's probably being edgy. I mean,
Is that
that's,
edgy?
yeah,
He
it's
goes,
kind of an
or
edgy joke.
now he's talking about lolly sex bots. Is that just edgy?
I mean, technically, like, if you, he's not wrong. Like, if you have a, like, it's not harming a children. That's why the take is funny, I think.
Wait, there's nothing wrong with that?
I mean, if it's not going to lead you to harming actual children, if you're just, like, looking at, like,
You don't
cartoon
think
children or
that the
whatever.
fundamental pathology of pedophilia is something inherently fucked up, and you think it's okay if there's actually a pedophile acting upon their fantasies as long as no children are involved?
As long as no children get hurt, yeah. I'm anti-children getting raped. So as long as
But you're actually cultivating, you're promoting the culture of children eventually getting hurt.
Well, yeah. If we're promoting something that would lead to children getting raped, I wouldn't.
Of course it
want
would.
that to happen. Yeah, sure. Then I
Why?
wouldn't want that to
What do you think the fantasy comes from?
happen. Probably.
You fucking people, and by you people I mean you leftists. You
Oh.
boycott all media, Dave Chappelle, video games, for the slightest, smallest shit. Right? It's not politically correct. But you're okay with robots that are made in the image of children for people to have sex with?
Yeah, if it leads to
You're okay with VR lolly porn?
If it leads to less children getting raped, then yeah. Are you okay?
I
with
think
it
it just
something
speaks
that
for
leads to-
itself. No, I really just think this speaks for itself.
Are you not for things that give children?
I am 100% against pedophilia in all its manifestations.
I mean,
I think
I'm
every
against it in the
pedophile
case
belongs
that-
in prison.
Well, I'm
At the
pretty against
minimum.
that
At the
because,
minimum.
I mean, I don't
Whether
really
they
like-
harm children or not.
that's kind of fucked.
Anyone
So-
who has pedophilic feelings, who has engaged in any type of pornography, whether it's involving real people or not, anything of that matter should belong in prison.
So, I mean,
All culture which promotes the abuse of children should lead to criminal charges. That's my view.
I mean, yeah, if it leads to the abuse of children, yeah.
All culture, which gives expression and fantasizes about the abuse of children should be criminalized.
I think if you're fantasizing about
Unfucking
it, not
believable.
actually harming children,
Unfucking
it's not, like, the
believable.
worst thing, right?
Unfucking believable.
I care about outcomes when it comes to like.
Unfucking believable.
Well, okay, so I care
Unfucking
about-
believable. Dave Chappelle can't tell jokes on Netflix, but this is allowed, right?
Unbelievable. Okay,
What do you think about Dave Chappelle?
what do I think about Dave Chappelle?
Yeah, was Netflix responsible in giving him a platform?
Were they responsible in giving him a platform?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's like objective, yeah.
It's okay?
Wait, you're asking, were they responsible? I mean, yeah, they were.
No,
They
was it a good
show.
thing? Do you agree with their decision? The
To
platform?
host his thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I don't think like these
you-
types of things should be prevented from being on Netflix.
Okay. What about white supremacists on Twitch or on YouTube? What about them?
I think as long as they're not like contributing to some type of like advocation for harm. I'm not really one for like silencing people.
What if they just what if they just want to fantasize about it? Like, what if there's a game on Steam where white supremacists want to fantasize about committing?
Isn't that called Hearts of Iron 4?
No, where they, for example, the game Hatred and
games where people fantasize about committing heinous acts of violence against minorities. Would you be okay with Steam having that on their platform?
I mean, yeah, it's fine.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, it's called Call of Duty. It's what the game does.
You
Grand
no,
Theft Auto.
that's
you just
not
go
what Call of
around
Duty
fucking
does.
punching people.
So
killing
you're
people.
okay with a Steam game like a Ku Klux Klan role-playing game?
I mean, yeah, sure.
You're okay with it? You would not protest, have an issue?
I mean, I might be like, that's a little weird, but...
What about if it was against sexual minorities?
Wait, just a second. What the fuck? Are you playing music in your background?
No.
Okay, I just got some like epic battle music from somewhere. I don't know where it came from.
What if it was against like sexual minorities, like transgender people and stuff? You would not have a problem with it?
If they're like, if it's a game... so, I mean, I would have a problem with it. So, okay. During these
now you're wait, I just gave you an example of a clan role-playing game where you're attacking racial minorities and black people, and you had no issue with that. But the minute I bring this up, you're going to have nuance and you're going to have second thoughts.
During these issues, I'm assuming that, like, there's no type of, like, outside consequences for these things. So, like, if you ask me...
No, there's no such thing as a vacuum. Everything is related to everything.
Yeah, sure. So, not in a vacuum? Yeah, I'd probably not be okay
Wait,
with,
okay, so Steam... I'm not talking about a hypothetical world. I'm talking about now.
Are you listening to something?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about now. On Steam, now. Like, right now, right? Not a hypothetical vacuum. On Steam. Are you okay with... Nazi and Ku Klux Klan and this kind of violent stuff? Now, just right how it is now.
Am I, if they made a game out of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably be not really for that.
Okay. So when Vaush talks about how he can't wait for there to be, he anticipates that if you really want to F children, wait 20 years for VR lolly porn and don't tell anybody you use it. You said you kind of agreed with him about the robots and the VR porn. Did your mind change or what? Because you said you agreed with him.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how the best way to phrase this is. I agree with him in the sense that, like, if that is something that would prevent you from going out and, like, harming
wait, but that's not children. hold on.
However,
we're not talking about that. We're talking about here and now. Like, we're talking about future sex robots, because it's technically... Listen, your original argument is that technically... Shut up. Your original argument was not about the consequences leading to less harm. You said, since children are not being harmed in the consumption of this media, minorities, including trans people, are not being harmed in the consumption of this violent video game hypothetical I was talking about. Yeah. And yet you managed to say, you managed to claim that you're against it, right? But when it comes to pedophile content, you're for it. It's okay.
So in the background of these issues, so like if we have a game, so the problem with like these like situations, since they're not in a vacuum, you have to like figure out like what would be the things that would happen from these types of situations. And in some situations, I don't know what happens when pedophiles watch lolly porn.
But that's not what you said before. Are you walking back your position now? Because your position before was that since children are not involved, there's no issue.
I thought we were talking about in a vacuum, but then
you said since children. No, we're not. No one mentioned a vacuum, so I don't grant you that assumption.
Okay,
no one was talking about a vacuum. I don't buy that you were thinking.
When you say like, hey, if you had a train and you could switch the train tracks so that you'd kill one person instead of 5 people, would you do it? And then in a vacuum, I would think, oh yeah, I would do that. However, if we actually think about like the situation and everything, me going and doing that, Xena,
you're trying to weasel your way out. So let me walk it back to you. I read out a quote by Vaush. Well, wait, if the sex box is just a toy, then why does it matter if an adult fucks a kid robot? We did not talk about a vacuum. We didn't talk about the real world consequences. We talked about none of those things. All you said was that, yeah, I agree with him because an actual child is not involved. And we went through the course of argumentation on that basis.
Then I gave you examples of violent video games where minorities, including trans people, are not involved. Obviously, it's just a video game, and you're committing acts of violence against them. And you managed to muster the ability to say that you would be against this. Well, why initially did you say you had no issue with what Vaush said?
So, because I'm assuming in this interaction that there's, like, if the pedophile's, like, watching lolly porn, then they're not going to be going out and, like, raping kids because they can do something that wouldn't harm kids. But if they just want to harm kids, and this is, like, leading them towards that, then yeah, that's kind of fucked, and I wouldn't want to allow it.
Wait, hold on. Why didn't you say that, I'm just assuming that, you didn't say that. You said because kids are not involved, there's no issue. You said you agreed with Vaush in that sentence.
I said it's because
you said you agreed with the sentence.
Don't walk it back. Harming kids. I said specifically, it's because it's not harming kids.
You said that way after when I cornered you.
I said it's because it's not harming kids. I'm pretty sure in the beginning.
No, that's not what you said. You said because it's not harming kids in consuming it.
So that's what I meant then.
But then when I said, let me explain to you what actually happened, since your memory is so short. What I actually said in response was, you're promoting, shut the fuck up.
I don't really care
what I said. What I said
What I meant was that
I don't give a fuck. You're trying to fucking cover up what happened. I am the one who said, oh, so you want to foster a culture that's going to lead people to commit kids? Oh, no, in that case, no. I just agree with the opposite. I agree that it's not going to. So only when I brought up the fact that it's a culture that promotes pedophilia, which is self-evident fact, you decided to adopt the opposite position. But, for example, in the case of games where you're committing violence against minorities, all of a sudden it's common sense that we should all agree that, if you're doing it in a video game, you're promoting a culture that fosters violence against minorities. Then why isn't it that when you have sex robots, you're not promoting a culture that promotes violence against children? Why is it okay to have pedophile content as long as children aren't involved, but not content that is promoting violence against minorities? Why do you have this? Why is it that one is okay, not the other?
Okay, it's because I don't think that the ideation towards, like, wanting to kill minorities is the same as, like, wanting to have sex with children.
Why not? Explain why not.
Because I think the ideology of like Nazism and white supremacy, I think these things are more of because they want to see minorities dead, and not because they get, like, satisfaction from seeing minorities die.
Hold on.
And so, like,
you don't think they get satisfaction from it? You don't think there's a visceral racial hatred underpinning that ideology from which they do get satisfaction? Sure. So do I have to just merely add the rate? Let me add the variable.
Can I? Okay, so in both situations,
if you're gonna say something that I already anticipate, I'm gonna cut you off. By the way.
Yeah, that's fine. And if I don't finish, I'm gonna cut you off. So, okay. So there's two different variables. There is wanting to actually do it just because you want to do the thing, and then getting pleasure from seeing the thing.
So it's a pathological... Yeah, I already anticipate your fucking argument. Shut the fuck up. You're saying pathological sexual satisfaction is not inherently ideological. It's a physiological, pathological sexual satisfaction. So, first of all, that's making two assumptions. One, the assumption that violent racial hatred and violent hatred against minorities is not fundamentally pathological in a psychological sense. Every psychoanalyst would disagree with you on that point. The second assumption that you're making, which is utterly shut the fuck up. The second assumption you're making, which is fundamentally fucking wrong, is that all I would have to do, according to your own logic, if we live in this la-la land, according to which there is no psychological pathology of satisfaction and enjoyment, which is not merely ideological in a racial hatred against minorities, is add the variable of, okay, what if it's just a simulator where you can rape women? I'm an incel misogynist simulator where incels have fantasy of being able to rape women, commit violence against women, and rape them.
I can make all of these all of these examples clear.
The last one is qualitatively different, so you're not going to put it under one umbrella.
Okay.
The last one is qualitatively different because the last one,
I'm going to make
the
these
last one
examples clear.
doesn't
I'm gonna make these
include any
examples
ideology behind it. It's just a
I'm
man.
going to make all of these. Okay, I'm going to make all of these situations clear. Okay, so I think it's okay for you to, if it's like, let's say you have a desire to do something, and then whenever you do, if you could do that thing but nobody gets hurt, that desire would like go away, and like for the period of time, and you would be like that problem would be resolved,
Including
and so
violence against trans people in the video game.
Yeah, sure. If you have like some type
And
of,
I'm not saying, by the way, for the audience, I'm not saying in a video game like, oh, I'm scared. Like I'm saying like a Steam game,
Yeah,
a piece of media,
If there's-
actual Steam game.
Well, so I'm not sure if like these things should be like held to the public if they're for these types of things, because I think that can have some like negative implications.
But pedo shit
But I
can't.
think that, well, no.
But
it's
you
the same
agreed
for
with
that
Vosh's
person.
original point.
Okay.
I thought
So,
you were
maybe I
assuming that
disagree
it
then.
means that it's not going to lead to any harm to children at all in the long
If
term.
Yeah, if it
Why are
doesn't
you now?
lead to harm
So
to
wait, but you
children-
intuitively,
if it doesn't
wait, hold on.
lead harm to children- if it doesn't
Intuitively,
lead
you
harm to
understand.
children,
Hold
if
on,
it doesn't
intuitively.
ever lead, if it
Listen.
doesn't ever lead.
Yeah, but intuitively speaking, you know that's not true for a video game where you're engaging in violence against trans people. Intuitively, you seem to understand.
No. So the
Cena,
reason,
intuitively, you seem to be able to understand that in that case, of course, it's going to have real world implications and meaning.
The reason is because in this situation, I'm assuming that the person who wants to, like, kill the trans people in the video game actually wants to kill trans people in real life and is like going to do it.
Why not in the case of the pedophile?
But if, well, yeah. However, in both situations, if the person who's like killing the trans person in the video game, if that's going to help them not kill trans people in real life, I would rather them have a video game where they can kill trans people.
Okay, sure. So why do you make the intuitive assumption that the pedophile is not going to lead to an outcome of more children being harmed, but in the case of a trans game, it is going to lead to more trans people being harmed?
Because I think the difference between these is like pedophiles usually they just have like an attraction to something.
So there's no
and
ideology
it's-
involved, right?
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
there's like a belief that
So
something
what?
should
Okay,
happen, or like they're
then
doing
let's.
something.
Since we're not going to agree on that point, let me give you something that you probably should be able to agree on. Why is it that there's ideology involved in a rape simulator? Then, what if a guy is just horny and wants to and has a kink where he fantasizes about committing sexual assault against women?
Yeah, and then he goes into like a rape simulator or whatever.
Yeah, on Steam.
And this is like closed off to the public.
No,
and
it's a public, just like the pedo shit. It's a public game.
Okay, I wouldn't want it to be public in every single
What?
situation. Yeah, I don't. I think
But
that
can the pedo robot can be public?
no.
But Vosh just said, well, wait, if the sex bot is just a toy, then why does it matter if an adult fucks a kid robot?
When did he say that's going to be public on Steam?
It's
He
how
didn't.
else
So-
would this robot be obtained?
You could go to like a therapist who like
You think Vosh was
gives you these
implying
types
this is a therapist form of therapy? The therapist.
I mean,
is
it might
administering?
be.
Well, that's an assumption that was
I
nowhere
don't.
implied.
Well,
but let's
it's
just
also an
roll off the
assumption to
assumption that
assume
it
it's
is.
going to be like a public thing on Steam that everyone's going to be able to
listen,
consume.
listen. I want to explain to you the actual context. Even though it would be just as disgusting and heinous, we can go down that route. I want to just clarify so you can't gaslight the audience about what actually happened. Bosch was implying in his Discord thing that it is completely morally neutral, nothing morally wrong. It's just a bot. Doesn't matter if an adult fucks a kid robot because it's just a toy. And you said you agreed on that. There was no implication about therapy. There was no implication that this is going to be closed off from the public.
Yeah,
He said
there's
point
also no
blank period.
implication.
If there's a sex bot, an adult is fucking it, and it's a child, it looks like a child or whatever, there's nothing wrong with it because it's just a bot. It's just a robot. It's just a toy, right?
Yeah, this is so Yeah, in that situation, also, he never made an assumption that it is going to be public, so you can't, like, assume that it was
Yes,
going to
there
be
is the
public.
clear. Listen, unless he okay, the burden of proof would have been on him to clarify that it shouldn't be public, because if he didn't want it to, why would he assume it's not going to be public?
Why are you assuming it is going to be public?
Because point
you're
blank
making that
period, he
assumption.
said there's nothing wrong with it, and the reasoning he gave wasn't because it's therapeutic or because it's reducing
maybe
harm.
I disagree with
the
that
reasoning
part of
he
Vosh's
gave
claim.
is that it's just
I'm
a
not,
toy.
like, hard acquired
The
to
reasoning
Vosh or whatever.
Vosh gave is that it's just a toy. You may be researching medical stuff. Logic is not your strong suit. He said it's just a toy. He didn't say it's because it's therapeutic. Otherwise, he would have qualified why there's nothing wrong with it. Are toys inherently therapeutic? Unless, is that what you mean? That we should assume toys are inherently therapeutic? I think the contrary is true. I think the contrary is true. Toys, when most people talk about toys, they're talking about something that you just get publicly. You don't get it from a doctor to be for play, for pleasure.
Okay, so in that case, I disagree with Vosh's, that part of
Oh,
Vosh's claim.
So
that
we have to
specific-
go through
Vosh
all of
made the
this.
claim?
We
So,
have to go
okay,
through all of
okay,
this.
but
So
he never said-
because you
he never
failed,
said it was public.
because you
So if he
failed
thinks it
to
should be
weasel
public,
your
I
fucking
disagree
way
with
out
that part of
of
the claim.
saying you
But
agree
everything
with
else I
Vouch.
agree.
Now,
Everything
after
else I
being
agree with.
cornered, you're saying, "Oh, now I can't. No way out of this one. Okay, I concede." Listen, from a common sense perspective, you know what you fucking said. You know what you fucking meant. I just caught you with your tail between your fucking legs,
You did
and
it.
you walked it back.
Congratulations.
You're a
I
fucking
walked
coward.
it back
Not only
to
are
play.
you a creep, not only are you a pedophile apologist, you're a fucking coward.
Walking coward. Yep, that's me.
Yeah, you are a fucking coward. Why don't you have a seat?
Why
don't you have a seat? Right over there. Have a seat.
Okay.
Have a seat right over there. Why don't you have a seat? This is Vosh's community, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. This is the people that are making these Reddits about me. This is them. Caught in 4K, out in the open. This is who they are.
Can you listen to what I was saying?
Can you listen? After you walked it back like a fucking coward. You know
Okay,
what
I
you
walked
originally
back
said.
the claim that
You
was
know what
never
you meant. You know what you said that you agree with Vosh. You know exactly what was fucking implied. Nowhere were anyone talking about therapy. Nowhere could you justify selling this idea to us that, oh, I thought it was implied it was going to be for therapy. I thought it was implied it was going to be for therapy. I thought it was implied that it was going to be in a vacuum. I thought it was implied. No, you fucking didn't. There's no indication anywhere on fucking planet Earth, anywhere under the fucking night sky, anywhere under Tengri's blue sky, that fucking, there was that fucking implication. You agreed with Vosh, point blank and period, and you walked it back after I broke down why you're a fucking hypocrite after giving you the example of a Steam game. Simple as that.
So what I was saying in the very beginning was that I think it's... Wait, are you shaking? Okay, wait, never mind. So, what I was saying in the... I didn't assume it was going to be like a public thing because Vosh's statement never said, I want this to be like a public application. That
Listen,
could be
okay, so you thought it was going to be on Mars because he didn't specify it was going to be on Earth.
I didn't think it was because it was going to be on Mars.
Wait, but he didn't specify it wasn't going to be on Mars, so we should just roll with the assumption that's what you thought, right?
Okay, but we
should just believe you, right? If I say, I thought Vosh meant it was going to be on Mars.
If you say this thing is okay, I'm going, and then I say, yeah, this thing is okay in this scenario. Do you think I'm
if the
disagreeing
burden of
with
proof
that
is on
claim?
you to qualify under what conditions, not just agree with it when it's not being qualified.
Well, if you, okay. Look, if you want to,
because you're a liar. You did agree with Vosh's original take. As long as there's no children involved, it's okay. Then you kept adding qualifiers because I kept cornering you and showing and exposing the pedo nature of Vosh's community. Pedophile Vosh community. Pedophile VGG. Pedophile VGG.
Pedophile. Okay. Pedophile.
Yeah. Yeah, keep dancing, keep having fun. Keep having your fucking fun.
I am having fun.
Yeah, keep having your fucking fun.
Are you not having
keep
fun?
having your fucking fun, right? By the way, you have solidarity with those workers at Netflix?
Wait, am I outside right there with those
No, do you have
people?
solidarity with them?
Do I have solidarity with
Yeah.
them? I mean, if they
Yeah.
want to protest, they can.
But they're all gonna get fired.
Too
Too bad, right?
No, that sucks.
Too bad. They're all gonna get fired.
What does this have to do with anything? What?
Yeah. How much longer do you think the American people are gonna take their intelligentsia being comprised of a bunch of fucking pedophiles? How long before we start passing laws putting people in prison for advocating for the things you and Vaush do?
I would hope never, because we have.
Well, it's
freedom
gonna
of
happen.
speech in this country.
It's gonna happen.
Do you not believe in the freedom of speech?
Fuck no. Not when it comes to pedo shit, no. I don't
Okay.
believe in free speech in that case, no. No, I don't.
Well, it really is the red fascism. It's the
Anyone who's not a pedophile, they call a fascist nowadays.
Oh, okay.
So I don't care. Your insult bounces off me. Like bullets
your
bounce off
insults are
Superman.
bouncing off of me.
Yeah.
You've called me a pedophile this entire
You're
time.
a pedophile supporter, pedophile apologist, pedophile adjacent, and Voss is a fucking creep who's in all. We have everything but the proof that he's one himself. Everything but that. All
So if I
arrows
make a-
indicate
so if
one
I make a
direction.
qualifier-
All arrows point
so
in
if I
one
make a
direction.
qualifier-
All arrows point
So
in
if I
one
make a
direction.
qualifier-
We have everything but
So
absolute
if I
proof.
make a qualifier,
We have everything but absolute proof.
Is this what you do? Do you just like scream at people and then like, I don't know, dude.
I don't know, dude. How long is that Destiny
you're not
reenactment
like
gonna
a-
help you cope? Gonna help you cope. For how long? You gonna keep coping, pretending to be Destiny?
What's the one meme where it has the one guy with like the crying thing behind a mask and it says "You're coping, you're coping."
Fuck out of my fucking VC. Biggest fucking copium I ever seen in my fucking life. Biggest fucking vouch. They cope with life thinking they sound so normal and so fucking cool and whatever. Meanwhile, in real life, this person's a psychotic, a freak. They're skinwalking in Destiny's fucking skin. They sound insane to everyone. They sound literally insane to everyone. They're walking around acting like they're Destiny. Everyone looks at them like they're fucking crazy. But they think they're the normal one and they're the reasonable one. That's how fucking insane it is. They're pretending to be reasonable, well-adjusted. And one by one, they're copying all of Destiny's mannerisms and speaking patterns. Unfucking believable. I was gonna just ban them when it came to the pedo shit. But I want to I wanted to draw it out more so you guys can see the evil and filth coming from that fucking community. Coming from the community, mind you, which has this as their top post on fucking Reddit. The Vaush VGG pedo advocate community. The community of pedophile advocacy. The community of pedophile advocacy. I am 100,000% a Stalinist. 100,000,000,000% a Stalinist. And they call us fascists because in Stalin's Soviet Union, pedophiles were not allowed to roam free. You couldn't walk around advocating for pedophiles. You couldn't even talk about that. And we're fascist for that reason. They call everyone who's not a pedophile a red fascist, a fascist. We want a generation of children.
Paperwin donated $10. Us, that was the spookiest content you've ever put on. We all need some serious spiritual
we all
cleansing
do.
after that shit.
We all do. We are gonna fight for a generation where children will grow up. This is our dream. This is our aspiration. We will fight for this world. We're gonna fight for a world where each and every child will grow up with a future bright in front of them, never, ever having to live in a world where children are abused, where they're sexualized, and where they're under attack by these disgusting, sick adults. We're going to fight for a world where a child can grow healthy, happily into an adult. That's the world we're fighting for. And they're going to call us fascists for that reason. So be it. Let them call us whatever they want. They're doing the best PR for people who call themselves fascists. Go and tell the American masses that a fascist means anyone who's not a fucking pedo advocate. You're going to turn the whole country fascist then. You're doing the best PR work for those people. And it's so simple. Isn't it simple? Why can they not stay away from the children? Just stay from the children. Stay away from the children. Why must they meddle and intervene in the lives of children? I remember when I was a kid, I lived in a different world. I didn't even live in this world when I was a kid. And for an adult to think about children like Vaush does, it's unthinkable. Remember when you were a kid. Remember you were a kid once too. Imagine you were a kid and you know about the evil that was out there. Imagine as a kid, if you knew about the Vaushes of the world, it would shatter your brain. It would shatter your brain. I was at recess playing Ed, Ed, and Eddie with my little friends in an elementary school. I never was thinking about this Vaush, this disgusting shit. And yet if Vaush had his way, children like me would have to know about him. And that's what it means to be a leftist? If that's the left, I am the super far right, if that's the left. But I refuse to believe that's the left. Because the left of the French Revolution, if you would have said that back then in the French Revolution, and you had these French people, you would have been guillotined. You think Robespierre would have tolerated that? You think Robespierre would have stood for that? That's what the aristocrats in France were doing. That's what the right wing in France was doing. Those aristocrats in France were doing that shit. You think the sans culottes, those working people of France, you think Robespierre's French, they're going to tolerate that shit? The left in France would have never tolerated. That's where the left comes from. So a real leftist would be against that. Vaush is the super far right. Super far right. By the way, let me tell you something else. During the Russian Revolution, you think the pedos were on the left and the pedo advocates were on the left? Pederastry was the pastime of the Russian aristocracy, the right wing. But they don't teach you that history now, do you? The Russian people rose up, the peasants too. The peasant Russian people rose up and they said enough of this elite decadence and evil of pedophilia and pederastry. And they got rid of it. What did Marx and Engels say about the bourgeoisie? Oh, you don't know those papers, do you? Those letters to each other, where they were talking about among the ranks of the bourgeoisie in the parliament, in the German parliament, in secret, they're abusing children. They wrote about it to each other in letters. It's always been the pastime of the ruling class, the aristocrats, and the bourgeoisie. And meanwhile, the good people of each and every country, the toiling masses who are raising families, were disgusted at this. They couldn't believe this sickness and evil. They raised their kids, their small children, And nowhere in their instinct, nowhere in their hearts as a whole, could they consider this tolerable, acceptable, or even thinkable. We've uncovered something dark and evil today. I feel like this is True Detective. I feel like it's True Detective. I'm just some random guy. I feel like Woody Harrelson from True Detective. Here I'm sitting, I was playing Minecraft all day, and I just uncovered this sickness, this evil from Voucher's community. Look how I exposed the demons. Look how I exposed the demons. Each and every person on Twitter who's coming at me, coming against me, this is who they are, by the way. All those people in my quote tweets, all those people talking shit about me, this is who they are. This is who they are. Let me tell you something, chat. I know a lot of you are atheists. I'm kind of an atheist too. But doesn't it feel good? Doesn't this holy feeling feel good? And finally you can understand what all those religions were about when they talked about God, when they talked about banishing demons, when they talked about goodness and holiness. Doesn't it feel right to be on the right side? Whether you're an atheist or religious, don't tell me you don't have the feeling. Don't tell me it feels good and pure to be on the right side, to adopt a position which you know your ancestors would be smiling down upon you for adopting. Your forefathers would be smiling down upon you for adopting. Your father, your grandfather, his father. And for so long, this was considered an insane position. And now we're bringing it to the light of day. We're bringing it to the light of day. I'm like Woody Harrelson from True Detective. I didn't know what I was walking in. I'm not some priest. I didn't know what I was walking into. But miraculously, somehow, we find ourselves on the side of God. As an atheist, I know we're on the side of God. These are evil, disgusting, demonic people. And these demonic forces, they're at Netflix. Who do you think was behind Cuties? Same type of people. Same sickness and evil in their head. And now they're walking out in protest of Dave Chappelle. And we're supposed to have worker solidarity with them. We're supposed to have the worker solidarity with them. That's the working class? That's the working class? Yeah, there was no Netflix walkout for Cuties. And this is what I brought up to this person. I said, so you're okay with a child sex robot, but you're against transphobia on Netflix and supposed alleged transphobia and a transphobic Steam game. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Can someone make it make sense to me? Can someone make it make sense that we have become the most sensitive, politically correct society where we say we have to censor this or it's going to lead to real world, but you're not going to censor pedophilia? That's okay. Make it make sense to me. Make it make sense. It don't add up. It just don't add up. Yeah, a bunch of these people were former alt-righters. Yeah, and I know they have a sus relation. These are dark people. These are dark people from dark corners of the internet. That's all I can say. I'm a human being, so when I see a fellow human being, I always assume that they're on my same wavelength. But that's such a bad assumption to make. These are really dark, nasty people.
Aired Ambience donated $75. Good shit, ass.
Ambience with the 75. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you a ton. Appreciate you so much, man. I had no idea today was gonna be crazy. I was just playing Minecraft today. You know, I thought today was gonna be a lazy day. We was gonna do some lazy shit. I didn't know we were gonna uncover this shit, you know? This is what Dave Chappelle was warning you about. That's probably what he was warning you about. Zerka talking mad shit. What? I thought he went on the Trains podcast. Oh no, he didn't. What kind of shit is he talking?
No, I can't. $650 a week rent, excluding bills and food. What a waste of money.
What the fuck are you talking about? Join the Scup pod. I can't, dude. I wasn't invited to that shit. I would join. I would skip the gym for that shit, but I was not invited. When are you debating Destiny? Next week. Next week. Christophel, holy fuck! With the 10. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much.
George donated $30. Thank you, Oz. Great debate. Put this to the cause.
Thank you so much, George. Appreciate you a ton. Thank you, God, man. Christopher, thank you so much for the 10. George, the 10. I mean, with the 30. Sorry. Thank you so much for the 30, man. Appreciate you a lot. Appreciate you a ton. We living in dark times, guys. It's like I got a debate. Imagine I got a debate about that shit, man. How is it even a debate? I have to debate about protecting children? Infrared vision. Raul said there's going to be a delay. He said there's going to be a delay. Unfortunately. Farrakhan with the 5. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. I see you, man. Thank you so much. Farrakhan, man. Thank you so much, Farrakhan. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about Farrakhan himself on here, but you know what I mean? Is what it is. What is understood don't gotta be said, you know? Logo tweeted the Bane video. Yeah. Yeah, this is something that was really weird. Someone, you know, I don't know what this is about. She was okay with the Nazi games, the racist games. She said, okay. But then when I talked about games targeting sexual minorities, all of a sudden it changed. Maybe Dave Chappelle was trying to actually talk about how white leftists are prioritizing sexual politics over the struggle of black people. Maybe that's what Dave Chappelle's fucking point was. In so many words, maybe that's what Dave Chappelle's point was, is that he wasn't attacking sexual minorities. He was just saying, why are they confusing or trying to speak like they're authorities on black issues? He mentioned he loves Malcolm X. I love Malcolm X. I love Malcolm X. I don't want to play Empyrean, dude. I'll just stick with Minecraft. I love Malcolm X, man. I love Malcolm X. I love Malcolm X. Are you kidding? Malcolm X, one of my number one influences and life inspirations was Malcolm X. I'm opposite to you politically. Just want to say thank you, and I appreciate you for standing up against these pedophiles in Vosh's community. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Rocksab with the 10. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the 10. Appreciate you a ton, man. I don't even know. I'm bewildered. I mean, there was some Hassan stuff and like some stuff. I think we gotta lighten the mood quick though before we do anything. But there's the Hassan's grime stuff. I think we're gonna focus on that tomorrow, maybe. Or I think I'm gonna do an IRL tomorrow. I don't know. But I was planning on watching a spooky video today. Right? Maybe that'd be a good way to calm things down. Watch the spooky video. An expo video.
Based.
Thank you, Natsuki. Appreciate you. We could talk more about I might do a Substack about this whole Netflix worker thing. We should come on the Scuff podcast. Yeah. That's just not gonna happen, man. I don't know Train, you know. But you know, maybe one day in the future. You could stream decorating the mess hall. The reason I'm scared to... I kind of want to make an alt. Can I stream on an alt? Because I don't want my average views to go down.
Voidborn donated $50. I've read headlines that the director/writer of Squid Games had been rejected over 20 times. Looking at the finale, the nouveau rich aristocrats and their obsession with human subjugation and torture, maybe it's a bit to what has been going on in reality.
Oh, I believe it. I believe there's truth behind Squid Game, 100%. 100,000%. Yeah. And the fact that it was rejected so many times, like, look, all the talent on Netflix is, look, all the fucking talent on Netflix is coming from outside of America. Yeah, but the reason I don't play Minecraft is because I don't want my average viewers to plummet, right? But otherwise, I would be playing Minecraft right now, dude. I love... By the way... Y'all still there? Oh, yeah. By the way, speaking of Minecraft, guys, that server is lit. I'm spending a lot of time on Minecraft. I'm not gonna lie. I'm spending a lot of time in that game. And I'm having so much fun making vendors, adding mods... We're making it like an RPG, you know? Who cares about average viewers? Well, I just like to see like every month how the bar rises up. I don't want to kill morale because October, for example, we didn't rise that high in October, right? It only rose like, you know. I don't want it to go down and people are going to panic, you know? I'll be fine, but you know, I'll be fine, but I think others would panic. Barely Sociable? Are they good? There's a book. What the fuck is this? Barely Sociable is great. Is it TOS?
Blended.
We're gonna watch the next book for now. Well, the next one's really long. It's like an hour. It's more true events and mysteries.
Today's video is brought to you by Honey. Now, as someone who's grown to realize that all I do is Honey with...
When that went down, we thought that was going to have a big
There's
impact.
no TOS at all in these?
An economy that sort of moves on, right? And 3 other sites pop up.
The new site has the same name and the same look. On Twitter Wednesday, the Silk Road's purported new operator announced, Silk Road is back up. Deja vu, anyone? We rise again.
Yeah, I don't care about Silk Road. I don't care. I don't know about that whole story. Disturbing children's VHS from the 90s? What? Okay, this one might be interesting. This one sounds interesting. Is this TOS? Does anyone know if it's TOS on there?
Attached to the internet really
Oh,
don't.
wait.
That's morbid. While we will discuss the Srebrenica allegory and all the specific contents of the film, at time later through took place Danny Lynn night VHS tape. As to not get too meant to source of that because obscure curiosity, no idea videos of how made the world. A song like Nanny
collected things as simple as VHS movies. On the other hand, the accessibility of home recording
arrive at pre
her only friends
were Boys Return Access television program or some in tape on the internet because the fact that not a single detail of this film's origin can be confirmed.
Any plans to talk to... I don't know, dude. I don't know.
And while I'd normally remain watching the full thing,
I just wish everyone was on Twitch, you know? If everyone was on Twitch, I could talk to anyone, you know? It's like I have to make plans to not stream and go on YouTube instead. And the Disturbing Kids Show one? Scuffed? I wasn't invited to Scuffed, so there's no way it's happening. What? Oh, never mind. Yeah, there's no way that's happening. Not tonight, at least.
So, yeah, this is a very weird video. There's nobody...
This one's not interesting. Is Dugan banned on Twitch? To be safe, I'm gonna do that one on YouTube. But I want to talk to Dugan. 100%, I want to talk to Dugan. Okay, let's do the next one.
Low 3.
What did Putin say in Valdai? What? Putin, Valdai. What did he say? Putin says Western military backing of Ukraine threatens Russia. I always see Putin as my leader. I'm not gonna lie. As an American, even as an American, I don't know. Maybe not as an American, as a communist, I guess. I don't know. Putin is he just seems like my leader, you know? Putin and Xi, those are my leaders. When I say leader, I don't mean it like it's like a master, but it's like I see them as like the leading lights of the leading forces of our world. That it like lead. I don't know. I can't explain it. Like on New Year's, I watched their address. I watched Xi and first I watched Xi, then I watched Putin's address. On New Year's, I watched their address because I feel like I don't know. Maybe that's just me. What are the Walton files? Let's check the Walton files out. Okay.
Initially.
Is the Walton files TOS? Is it TOS? The Nexpo video, the Walton files. Anyone watch it?
Is there any TOS in it? Have you seen that Russia is accused of stealing blueprint for the Sputnik vaccine? I've never heard of that. Is this TOS? The Wendigo stories? Let's check that one out. Is that one TOS? No TOS? Okay, I trust Hux. We're gonna watch it. Did you see Putin's comments about capitalism failing? What? Putin, capitalism? Your Twitch job isn't real and doesn't provide any value to society. Well, as a job, no, it doesn't. As a class and as a job, this is not a working class profession. But as a streamer, like me originally, myself, individually, forget about my class. Yeah, I do provide a lot of value. Like, not Marxist value, but yeah, I do provide something new and something clearly valuable and unique. Can someone link me where Putin talks about capitalism? Wow, Putin. The existing model of capitalism has been exhausted. Unreal. He said that? Let's check it out.
There are no
Putin-based? Putin-based?
No pre-made recipes. Look at what we are seeing at the energy markets. And we think we'll discuss that later. Look at what's happening. That's the capitalism that's not working. They're regulating the market. $1,500 or $2,000 per 1,000 cubic meters of natural gas. That's the regulations. And that's with the regulations. When everything's stable in almost all economies of the world, all participants of economic life demand more freedom and less participation, less involvement of the state.
Earlier you said otherwise, that people working at Netflix aren't working class. I never fucking said that. I said the opposite. I said, as a class, Twitch streamers are social parasites. Absolutely. I'm not going to go on strike and LARP as a worker over getting a bunch of subs a month because I know I'm not the working class. In my job, the way I get paid, I'm not a worker. Fuck no, I'm not. I never said I was working class, you dumb fuck.
In the economy. But once difficulties emerge...
Yes, Sultan's a trend center, dude. I was here, but okay. Okay, you know what? Look, go ahead and clip it. Go ahead and clip it. And if you can clip it, I'll send you $500. You want to do that for me, bud? If you can find the clip where I said I was the working class, I'll give you $500. 500.
Global difficulties. Everyone rushes to demand the state to interfere. I remember very well in 1998, in the year 2000, when the global financial crisis started.
And if you don't find the clip, you admit to everyone you're a dumb, stupid fuck, and you call your mom and you apologize to her that you disappointed her, and you do it live on stream.
At the time, I was Prime Minister of Russia at the time. I used to talk with many of our successful entrepreneurs. They came to us and were ready to pay pennies to sell companies and enterprises that cost millions. Why did they do that? Because they needed to be responsible for the people who worked there, for the enterprises themselves. What they wanted is to preserve their wealth they had and to give up responsibility. At the time...
Yeah, I'm with the KPRF too, but internationally, like, Putin's still the symbol of Russia, right, for now. So until the KPRF take power, this is, this is who represents Russia.
We decided to help them, but do not remove the responsibility from them.
Warning. Graphical depictions and discussion about... Wait, are you sure this is not TOS? Go join Scuffed.
Dude, Scuffed is not open to everyone. It's not Zerka's podcast. If it was just Zerka, I could probably join, but I can't join Scuffed. That's up to Train. Hux, are you sure this is okay? It shouldn't show anything to us, but I can skim it real quick and make it sure. Graphical depictions are allowed on Twitch, right? Fictional gore. Let me see. Are drawings of gore allowed on Twitch? Drawings could gore on stream. No response. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Let me look this up. Let's consult the Twitch Sharia. See if it's halal or haram. Because apparently, you know, you can't show anything on Twitch. It says as long as you progress through a game normally and not just focus on okay. Customer support. Article D. List of prohibited games. Prohibited games with an adults only rating. Okay, I get it. So you can't focus on it in a game. Drawing of gore such an animation or anime is allowed in the same category as games are allowed to show nudity and gore. Are you sure? Where'd you hear that? Where did you hear that? Where did you hear that? Where'd you hear that from? I'm not gonna play Empyrean. Where'd you hear that from? This is so fucking like I think Hux is skimming it, right? Join Scuffed. Zerko wants you on Scuffed. How? Can I join Scuffed? If I'm gonna be on Scuffed, then I'll go to the gym now and come back. If I'm gonna be on Scuffed, but I don't think I'm gonna be invited to that. He said he what do you mean? Dude, it's Train's podcast. I can't just join, dude. It's not Zerka's podcast. Did he say this himself? Bro, what are you talking about? Huh. What did he say? Let me see.
Yeah, for a little bit, and then we're going to move to Miami soon. So should be.
Oh, you made the decision to Florida, huh?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Good. No,
Oh, they're already on Scuffed. Dude, they're already on. They're already on Scuffed. What the fuck? Trainwrecks? Yeah, they're already on the Scuffed, dude.
Then you made the good decision.
Absolutely.
Yeah, minus the bath salt
Florida
users
gang.
over there, but those motherfuckers.
Maybe you will become.
I can't join, dude. The fuck? I'm not in like their Discord or anything. What do you want me to say? Zerka said message him to get on. Let me see what yo let me ask him. I just messaged him.
I messaged him, okay? See what's going
Story
on.
1. Hello there. My name is Bradley. I'm somewhat of an adrenaline junkie. What I do to get this fix of adrenaline is I will go out in search of nothing in particular and just hope something happens. Sometimes I get more than I wanted. This is one of those stories with the exception that I wasn't seeking adrenaline. This time. Be warned that some events in this story may be disturbing for the faint of heart. This is your warning. Continue at your own risk.
The Walton Files is clean of TOS. Okay, it's just animals. Alright, we're good. Let's watch this.
Oh yeah, I missed analog horror. Old school, rough around the edges, and by every account, disturbing. What if I told you there was a series out there that's recently stood out to me as one of the creepiest that I've ever covered on this channel?
Can I turn off the lights?
What if
I'm gonna turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
I told you that it's nearly neck and neck in quality with the revered Local 58 that we know all too well? And what if I told you that tonight we're going to be pressing through that very series while dissecting its secrets and piecing together its grim lore? Well, as you can tell by the title and length of this video, that's because we are. Enter The Walton Files, a show birthed on April 26th of 2020 by an online creator named Martin Walls.
Dude, Zulu, I'm not going to fucking play Empyrean. Shut the fuck up. And also, I spent like 2 hours killing you in Minecraft. I made like a con sword and it was a one-hit kill, so I was testing it on you. I was just psh, and you would die. I remember you, dude.
Inspired by the hit indie classic Five Nights at Freddy's, combined with a clear love for analog horror storytelling, Walls has crafted an insanely engrossing narrative surrounding 4 animatronics that were assembled for a burger restaurant named Bond's Burgers. The place opened in 1974 and was known to host birthday parties, school events, and even animatronic concerts for the public. Was known to host these things because, due to a few specific incidents, Bond's Burgers is no longer open for business. You see, the Walton Files is structured through just 3 videos at the time of writing that each contain numerous tapes, jumping back and forth between the day Bond's Burgers first opened in 1974 and 8 years later in 1982. A mysterious person named Anthony seems to reside in each video's description and claims that these tapes were all made by an extinct company named Bunny Smiles. Now, Bunny Smiles is somewhat at the foundation here, the Fazbear entertainment of this entire ordeal, and the root of nearly every event that takes place. Deception, curiosity, loss, trauma, and regret have all found their home as cornerstones of this series, and ultimately leave us.
You check if Zerko responded? Just said sup.
Questioning what exactly is happening with the Bond's Burgers restaurant.
Bro, I'm not a leech. You understand? I'm not a leech. I don't leech. That ain't me.
And who had started this chain of events that ended up going so terribly wrong. As you can tell by the length of this video, this series is gargantuan, with a disturbingly convoluted story that reflects that. and something that's fascinated me for quite some time, so I'm incredibly eager to press through this side by side with all of you.
Oh my god.
So, without further ado, let's dig in. From the top, the Walton Files.
Hold up. There's a post about your tweet on Louder with Crowder with 90 upvotes. What? Let me see. Louder with Crowder. Reddit. Let me see. Let me see. Leftists are attempting to ratio this man on Twitter. Show him some love. Yeah, we can get the right wingers to help us. They don't know I'm a communist, but that's okay. They don't know yet. Lol. uh, lol. Lol. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Netflix or a song. I did a whole song and dance, man. Yeah, I gotta get those viewers. Gotta get those viewers. How is it that they're coordinating to ratio us? You know that, right? Hold on. Who the fuck hasn't liked the fucking tweet yet? Go like the fucking tweet now. You know they're in Discords coordinating, right? They're literally in Discords coordinating to ratio us. How the fuck are you guys letting them ratio me like this? The fuck? They're all coordinating like the PMC fucking in their fucking Discord are coordinating in lockstep. There we go. We got a bump. We got a bump. They're all coordinating to ratio me. That's what they all did. They all coordinating to ratio me. Oh man. Zerka answer? Not really, no. They made another post on Red Scare Pod. Who's Red Scare Pod? They downvoted me, dude. Those people don't like me. Fuck Red Scare. Fuck Red Scare, dude. I don't give a fuck about those people.
This is a compilation of tapes created by the already extinct Bunny Smiles Company. I tried to get as much info as I could about what these tapes are, but all I could find was that they were handed to new employees back in 1974 to 1979, and the rest of them seemed to be recorded by a new facility caretaker in the year 1982. Hopefully I can find more soon. Anthony.
Yeah, they're Chapel.
Company introductory tape. Archive 1, 1974. Serving as the pilot episode for the Walton Files, the first archive within this company introductory tape understandably takes a more direct initial approach at introducing you to the main cast.
And yeah, that's all it is. Just an ordinary employee training video.
Hi, and welcome to the introductory tape to your new job at Bunny's.
Hold on. Let me do something. Hold on. I'm gonna reply to a tweet. So I just tweeted something. One sec. And look, I think this is an important tweet because give me a sec. Let me show you why. Because I said the guy goes, so what is the working class? Define it for me. I said the word for this is sophistry, using a poorly defined concept as an excuse to deny the basic, barefaced reality by any sociological, cultural, intuitive, common sense that these people are not the working class in the historical and colloquial sense. Let me add to that too. Historically, it sufficed to define the working class as those who must sell their labor rather than own capital. This was because of culture, of sociological, historical, cultural, etc. realities. historical material realities in the relations of production that no longer hold true for today. This can be easily explained. I'm going to briefly explain it, right? Let's just do this tweet. We're going to do this tweet, okay? During the period of proletarianization, people were uprooted from their traditional means of production, and all forms of labor were subjected to the common measurement and denominator of abstract wage labor. Thus, those who did not already possess a form of capital and had only their labor to sell, could be identified as the working class or the proletariat, because they had freshly emerged from pre-capitalist, pre-modern, or pre-social instantiations of labor or production. Sociologically and culturally, they were an entirely different class than they were far more specific as a class than
Dash102 donated $5. Thanks for the good work you have been doing.
As in the case, thank you so much for the 5. As in the case today, all those who do, as in the case today, all those who fall under the vague and extremely general standard of not owning capital or the companies at which they work. Today, when the unprecedented socialization of labor has already taken hold to such an extent that all forms of employment are post-capitalist and subjected through capital's self-valorizing process. After the age of imperialism and the rise of an institutionalized state, bureaucracy, corporatization, etc. Sorry, how do you spell bureaucracy? 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 Okay, spell it correctly. Labor has once again, labor in the abstract, increasing forms of specialization, professionalization, and other institutional instantiations of human ability has torn asunder the universal commensurability of all forms of labor, employment, It's not specific enough to simply not own your company to be working class. The working class has taken on a national, I have to specify this. These are qualitatively different forms of employment that are based and defined, heavily institutionalized, and thus their fundamental quality of socialization, and therefore being able to be defined by a common abstract labor has in a sense regressed into a form strictly defined specially, institutionally, privately, not privately, institutionally, it's the word I'm looking for, distinctly, in a way that is separate from the rest of society. The working class, this is actually one of the reasons Marx and Engels talk about the necessity of measuring labor value only from the least quantum of unskilled labor. Until labor, because the other forms of labor are merely arithmetic additions, multiplications, etc. of the original quantum. Now, to speak of a working class obviously entails the least those human beings enter into the process of socialization who are being employed based on their work in the sense of the least quantum of unskilled labor relative to their society. In our society, there is more or less a standard level of education, skill, etc., specifically at the national institutional level, etc. But nonetheless, they represent the bare minimum of the manner by which human beings enter into the realm of exchange within our economy. This is the working class. That's the working class. Not fucking Netflix employees. It's very simple. The working class is only defined by the abstraction of work in general, because the nature of its work is general. This is literally it. This is so simple, dude.
This is so I just literally fucking solved the issue of defining it. So it's like this. I'm going to run it through like this. Again, education time, right? Yeah, a normal person would be like, they write shows, they don't shovel coal or shit, right? But these are Marxoids, so you have to explain to them theoretically, right? This is sophistry, using a poorly defined concept as an excuse to deny the basic, barefaced reality by any sociological, cultural, intuitive common sense. These people are not the working class in the historical and current colloquial sense. Historically, it sufficed to define the working class as those who must sell their labor rather than own capital. This was because of sociological, historical material realities in the relations of production that no longer hold true for today. This can easily be explained. During the period of proletarianization, people were uprooted from their traditional means of production, and all forms of labor were subjected to the common measurement and denominator of abstract wage labor. Thus, those who did not possess a form of capital and had only their labor to sell could easily be identified as the working class or the proletariat because they had freshly emerged from pre-capitalist, pre-modern, and pre-social instantiations of labor or production. Sociologically and culturally, they were far more specific as a class then, as in the case today, all those who fall under the vague and extremely general standard of not owning capital or the companies that they work. Today, when the unprecedented socialization of labor has already taken hold to such an extent that all forms of employment are post-capitalist and subjected through capital's self-valorizing process, after the age of imperialism and the rise of an institutionalized state bureaucracy, corporatization, increasing forms of specialization, professionalization, other institutional instantiations of human ability has torn asunder the universal commensuratility of all forms of employment, it's not specific enough to simply not own your company to be working class. These are qualitatively different forms of employment that are heavily institutionalized, and thus their fundamental quality of socialization, and therefore being able to be defined by a common abstract labor, has in a sense regressed into a form defined specially, institutionally, distinctly, in a way that is separate from the rest of society. This is actually one of the reasons Marx and Engels talk about the necessity of measuring labor value beginning only with the least quantum of unskilled labor, because the forms of labor are merely arithmetic additions, multiplications of the original quantum. Now, to speak of a working class obviously entails those human beings entering into the process of socialization who are being employed based on their work in the sense of the least quantum of unskilled labor relative to their society. In our society, there is more or less a standard of education, skill, specifically at the national institutional level, including unions, but nonetheless, they represent the basic standard by which human beings enter into the realm of exchange within our economy. That's the working class. Not the fucking Netflix employees. It's very simple. The working class is only defined by the abstraction of work in general because of the nature of its work, because the nature of its work is general. This is such a good quote. This is such a good fucking quote. It's called the working class. Okay, I'm gonna just tweet it like this. TLDR. TLDR. It's called the working class and not the Netflix airy-fairy. They're gonna say it's homophobic. The Netflix artist class, and not it's called the working class. The working in working class is only general rather than referring to a specific, special form of work, because the very nature of the labor itself is general, represents labor that more or less the broad majority of people are engaging in already. The type of labor, that's it's simple as that. Okay? TLDR. Now we already got quote tweets. And this is the first quote tweet we got. This is the first quote tweet. This is what they said. Yeah, bitch, that's all you can do. Yeah, that's all you can do. That's the first quote tweet. You know, I was assuming a response. There's no response. There can never be a response. These people have nothing. They have absolutely fucking nothing. Look at this person.
The people who will throttle neoliberalism and turns purple on Black Friday. What? Oh, that's based. Okay, sorry. Thought that was the guy I was responding to because they have a similar profile picture. Your claim that the Marxist definition of the working class is outdated and inaccurate? No, that's not true. The Marxist definition was never inadequate, but blanketly applying what Marxists said 100 years ago to today is a form of opportunism. Simple as. Your claim that the Marxist definition of the working class is outdated is inaccurate, was never inadequate. It was, and thus is, still 100% correct if we accept that history happened because of its context. Simple as. Simple as. I'm literally, I want to kiss this tweet. I'm in love with it. I literally want to make out and kiss this fucking tweet and have sexual intercourse with this tweet. This is such a beautiful, true, correct fucking tweet that it's just fucking sexual at this point, how correct it is. It's actually sexual how correct this tweet is. The working and working class is only general, rather than referring to a specific special form of work, because the very nature of the labor itself is general, represents the type of labor that more or less the broad majority of people are engaging in. I kind of want to fuck this tweet. That's how fucking true it is. You know when something's so true that it actually just becomes sexy? You know how when something's so fucking just simple and true, it becomes sexy? You know what I mean? Kind of want to just fuck this tweet. You know what I mean? Oh, man. Okay, I don't think we're gonna finish this video. Okay, like I went on a detour for too long. If you streamer responses in your Twitter debates, it would be so much content.
You stream? Oh yeah, that's true. I've done streams where I just do that. I just fucking stream that shit. Yeah, I've done that. Dude, he deserves this. Follow him. Alright guys, go say hi. Go say hi, man. I'm gonna head out to the gym. And by the way, guys, I'm definitely gonna be on Minecraft later. I'm definitely gonna be on Minecraft later. You have questions or whatever, you have to go on Minecraft to talk to me. Check this out. I know, I saw that. I don't care. I saw that, Tarek. Don't worry. Yeah, if you want to get whitelisted, go on the Discord, the Minecraft server. There's a Minecraft server section on the Discord. Just type your username and ask to be whitelisted, and I'll whitelist you. I mean, there's no guarantee, but yeah, yeah, I'll either do it now or later, but I'm gonna actually ask Jella. Yeah, I'm gonna ask her. Hey, can you make a thumbnail where I debate a pro-pedo Vosh viewer? Did it tonight? I'm gonna upload that. Server's down? Really? I restarted it. Is it really down? Let me restart. Yeah, I restarted it. Should be up in a few minutes. Okay, guys, bye-bye. Alright, I just restarted. It's gonna be down in a sec. See you guys later. Bye.